Hi friends, I'm Parvez and welcome to Django and React Native course for beginners. Now, before starting our main topic, I highly request from all of you to subscribe my channel and also like this video. Now, there will be two parts in this course. Now, in the first part, we are going to build our backend API using Django REST framework. And in the second part, we are going to build our mobile application frontend using React Native. And we want to integrate between the Django and also Django backend and React Native mobile application frontend. So now if you want the timestamp and the table of content, you can just check the video description. I have added a table of content. Now this is the simple application that we want to just do some CRUD operations by using React Native with the Django. So this is my backend API. So for example, so these are the data that I have already fetched, and this is the data that's in my backend. Now for example, I want to add a new data in here. Now so let me just say Django and React Native for beginners, and we can just say Django and we can add a description in here, Django and React Native description. Now so now if I click on the insert article, you can see that we are navigated to the home page, and if I refresh my page, you can see that I have the data in here. Now for example, I want to update this data, and I can just click on the edit, and in here I'm going to, for example, let me just remove this for beginners, and I can just make this app dated. Also you can see that if I refresh so you can see that I have the data in here now updated, and I can just say description updated. And now if I click on the update article, so if I refresh my page, so you can see that this is updated. And also if I click on this, now the description is also updated. And if you see your Django, you can see that also it's updated in here. Now let's remove this. I can just click on delete, and if I pull this, you can see that we don't have the data in here. And if I refresh, so you can see that I don't have the data in my Django backend. So now let's get started the course. Alright guys, now we're going to create our first Django project, and we want to build our backend API. So now the first thing is that you need to install Django. So as I have already created my project in here, and you can see that I'm using virtual environment, and right now we don't have Django in our site packages. So now if you see the documentation of Django, so how to install Django, if you come down, now you can use pip install Django for the Django installation. So let me just copy this, and in here let me just paste this. So pip install Django, and after that you need to hit enter. Okay, now I'm waiting for the installation of the Django. Alright guys, now Django installation has been completed, and you can see that we have Django 3.1. Now after a Django installation, what we want to do to install a Django REST framework. So Django REST framework is as a powerful and flexible toolkit for building web APIs, because we want to create our backend API in Django. So for that we need to use Django REST framework. So now you need to install this. We can if we come down, so you can see we can use pip install Django REST framework. So I'm going to just copy this, and so in here I want to just install pip install Django REST framework. So you can see that now we have Django 3.1 in here in our site packages. Now we are waiting for the Django REST framework installation. Okay, now Django REST framework has been installed and we have the latest version of Django REST framework. It's 3.1. Now we have Django and also Django REST framework. Now it's time to create our first project in Django. So now in here you can use, so let me just show you the documentation for the creating a project in Django. So you can see that we can use Django at main, and after that start project, and at the end you need to give the name of your project. Whatever the project is, you need to give the name of the project. So now let me just show you. So we can use Django at main. So after that start project, and now you need to give the name of the project. So for example, I'm going to give it API project, and after that hit enter. So now our project is created. Now let me just check. Okay, now we have API project, and you can see that I have some files in here. So init.py, settings.py, urls.py. I will talk about these files. Now first what I want to do is to run our project. Now I'm going to just change my directory to API project, and after that I'm going to use Python. So you can see we have manage.py, so it's a command line utility, and we can use Python manage.py run server. Now I'm waiting for this. Now you can see that we have a development server in this port 8000. So if I check this, now let me just go to localhost port 8000, and you can see that we have Django installed in here. And you can see that we are using Django 3.1, and at the time of recording this video, it's the latest version. So now let me just do some configuration on my PyCharm ID. So right now, if you see, we have used Python manage.py run server for running our development server. Now I want to configure this with the PyCharm ID, that I can do this using the run button of PyCharm. Now what I want to do is, so let me just close this, terminate the server. And now if I refresh the project, you can see that we are not seeing anything. Now what I want to do is to click on the add configuration, and after that click on the Python. Now in here we need to just find our project, and from that we can use manage.py, and in here we need to just use run server, and we can apply and click on the OK. Now if I open my manage.py, now let me just run this. So you can see that now we have our project in here. Let me just close this. Now you can run from here. And this is our project. Let me refresh my page, and this is the project. Alright guys, now let's talk about these files. So we have some files in our project, in our Django project. We have init.py, asg.py, settings.py, urls, wsgi, db.sqlite3, and also manage.py. Now if you see Django documentation, so let me just come down. So you can see that these are our project structure. So now this is our root directory, so our main project. So this is the API project, and in the main API project we have manage.py. Now the manage.py is a command line utility. If you see in here, manage.py, it's a command line utility that lets you interact with this Django project in various ways. As you have already saw that we have used Python manage.py run server. So it's a command line utility for interacting with this Django project. Now after that we have our init.py. So if you see we have init.py. So this is an MPT file, and it's not related to Django, it's related to Python, and you can see that an MPT file that tells Python that this directory should be considered a Python package. After that we have settings.py. Now this is one of the important file, and it is the configuration for this Django project. And if I open settings.py, we will talk about this a lot. And so if I come down, you can see that we have different things in here. Now the important point is the installed apps. So these are the installed apps that we have in our Django project, and it's installed by default. We have middlewares, and we have our templates. Now in here we can add, if you're using for example Django as a full stack, for example backend and frontend in Django, then you can create templates and you can add the directory, the path of the templates in here. And also you can see that this is the database, and if you see we have db.sqlite3, and it's created by default. And by default the database engine is SQLite3, and it's used by default by Django project. Now if you open this db.sqlite3, now let me just open this in the SQLite Studio. So add database, and from here we can just find our YouTube project. So YouTube tutorial, and we can just go to API project and db.sqlite3, and if I click on this, so right now you can see that our database is empty. What we want to do is to make migrations and create some default tables for our Django project, like at main, auth, and these files. So now what I want to do is to let me just do that. Okay, now in here what I want to do is to change my project to API project, to the Django project. And after that what I want to do is to say Python manage.py migrate. So now you can see that we have these migrations. Now if you refresh your tables, now let me just refresh this. I have refresh all database schema. You can see that now I have 10 tables in here. So you can see auth group permissions, users. Now these are created by default by Django. So now the another file is for example it's urls.py, and let me just remove this. We will talk about this urls.py more, but right now so if you see Django documentation, now the URL declarations for this project, for this Django project, so it's a URL the declaration for this Django project. And right now you can see that we have just admin in here. Now if I go to the admin, so you can see that this is the Django administration panel. Right now we haven't created our super user, but we will talk about this. So just keep in mind that this is for the URL configuration for the Django project. And also there are some more files. We have asg.py, so it's an entry point for asg compatible web services to serve your project. And also we have wsgi.py, it's an entry point for WSGI compatible web servers. So like this you can create your first project in Django. So you have learned that how you can create your first project in Django. Now we're going to create our first app in Django, and also we're going to talk about Django administration panel. Now first of all, if you see Django documentation, so creating apps, so now each application you write in Django consists of Python package that follows a certain convention. Now Django comes with a utility that automatically generates the basic directory structure of an app. So you can focus on writing code rather than creating directories. Now, what are the difference between projects and also apps? So we have created our project. Now we want to create our apps. Now the difference is this, that a project and so an app is a web application that does something. For example, a weblog system, a database of public records, or a small pool app. Now, a project is a collection of configuration and apps for a particular website. Now, a project can contain multiple apps, and an apps can be in multiple projects. Now, let me just give you an example. For example, you're going to create a blog app in Django. Now, for example, you have a separate page for contact, for example, contact us or about us. Or for example, if you have a form, now you can create different apps, separate apps for these pages. For example, you can create an app for the contact us, or you can create an app for the about us. So like this you can use, and you can see that it's telling that a project can contain multiple apps. You can create one app, two app, 5 app, or 10 app, whatever you want. It's according to your requirements. Now, so creating of app is easy, so we can use Python manage.py after that start app, and you need to give your app name. So now let's just create our first app in Django. So I'm going to just say Python manage.py and start app. So I want to call my app API. So let me just call it API because I want to create my build my API in Django. So I'm going to call it API, and after that hit enter. Now our API app is created. Now if you check, so you can see this is API, and we have some files in here. We have migrations files, so it's related to the database stuff, and we have an init.py, so it's an MPD file from Python, and we have admin.py. Now this is the place that you can register your models. So right now we haven't learned about the models, that what are models and how you can create models. So now this is the place that you can add. For example, let me just tell you that you can add your database tables. You can register your database tables in here. After that we have apps.py, so it's the configuration for our this app that we have created. And we have models.py. Now the models.py file, now this is the file that we are going to create our database tables, or we can say database models. For example, if you want to create a student table, you can just create a student table in here. So we will talk about this in the later part of the videos. So we have tests.py, it's used for testing of the web application, and we have views.py. Now the views.py is also one of the important files, because in here you need to create your view functions. We'll talk about this in a minute. So now so this was our app, and what we want to do is now that right now if you see if we go to localhost admin, you can see that we have a Django administration panel. Now we need to create an administration panel, basically a username and password, that we can access that main panel of Django. So what we want to do is in here, now if you see documentation of Django, so for the Django admin site, so one of the most powerful parts of the Django is the automatic admin interface. Now it reads metadata from your models to provide a quick model-centric interface where trusted users can manage content on your site. So that means recommended use is limited to an organization, internal management tools, and it's not intended for building your entire front end around. Now let's create this. So if you see in here, so now let me just show you that how you can do this. So let me just clear buffer. Okay, now I want to use Python manage.py, and after that you can use create super user. Hit enter. Now the first thing is that you need to add the username. So for the username, let me just give it my name, and after that you can add an email address, whatever you want, you can just add it. And now you need to add your password. So let me just add password my name, and you need to make it again. So the password is too similar to the username, so I don't mind because it's just a development. So I'm going to just say yes. Okay, now our super user is created. Now if I go to the so this is my admin panel, so you can just say admin, and you will see this admin panel. Now I want to add my username, and also I want to add my password, and click on the login. So now you can see that we have our Django administration panel. Now if you go to the users, so you can see that we have this users that we have already created, and it is a super user. If you click on this user, you can see that you can update this user. For example, you can add first name, last name. So this is the email address and the permissions. It's active and it's a super user. Like this you can create your app, and also you can work with Django administration panel. Alright guys, now in this part we want to talk about the views functions, and also creating URLs and mapping the view function into the URLs. Now if you see in here, so we have our Django project, and right now this page is by default by Django. So we want to change this. Now if you see in our API app, we have views.py. So this is our views.py. So let me just close these files. And also in our API project we have a urls.py. So this is the main urls.py for the project, and we have already learned that how we can use that main in here. Now first what we want to do is to create a view function in here. So you can use a view function, you can just use Python functions. So we can just say, for example, div index, and after that you can give the request. Now in here you can do whatever you want. For example, you can render a template. Now for the purpose of this course, we are not using Django as a front end. We are going to just use Django as a backend. So if you're using Django as a front end, you can just render the template in here. So for example, you can just say return render, and in here you can add request, and you can render your template in here, for example index.html. But we're not going to render any templates in here because we want to use Django as a backend. So what I want to do is in here to map my URL, I'm going to just import HTTP response. So HTTP response, and in here I want to just say HTTP response, and let me just say it is working. Okay, now we have created our view function. Now if I refresh my page, you can see that nothing happens because we need to map this view function to the URLs. Now we have a urls.py in here. You can do it in here, there is no problem. You can just map this in here. Now let me just show you that how you can do it in here. So there are two ways that you can do this. Okay, now in here what I want to do is to import this index from the API app. So what I want to do is to say from API dot views, I want to import index, and in here let me just create a new path. So it should be index, and this is index. Okay, now if I refresh my Django project, so you can see that it's working, and this is the view function that we have created in here, so it's working. Now this was the first way. The second way is, now it's a recommended way that you can just create a urls.py file in your API app. So I'm going to just call it urls.py, and we need to include this urls.py in our main project URLs. So instead of doing this, what I want to do is to include this. Let me just remove this, and here I want to import include. So now I can, in here I can say path, and this is our index, and I want to include from my API app. So API, I want to include .urls, so API.urls. So now let me just copy this and bring this. So now this is my API project URLs. Now this is the urls.py that is located in my API app. So in here, let me just remove this at main and remove this include. So I don't need this include in here, and in here, so for example, let me just make it index. And what I want to do is to import this index from my views.py. So I can say that from .views, it means that from the current directory views file, I want to import index. And in here we can say index. So now if I refresh this, you can see that the result is the same. Now, so these stuffs are related to Django. We will change this in the further part of the video, because when we're going to build our APIs, we will use Django REST framework routers in here. Now we want to learn that how you can create models in Django. So if you see Django documentation, now a model is the single definitive source of information about your data. It contains the essential fields and behaviors of the data you are storing. And generally each model maps to a single database table. Now we can say that a model is nothing but it is just a database table. Now you can see that each model is a Python class that subclasses or extends django.db.models.model, and also each attribute of the model represents a database field. So now if you see there is an example in here, so you can see that we have a class person. It means that we are telling Django that create a table at name of person in our database. And you can see that it's extending from models.model. Now we want to tell Django that this table, or we can say model person, there are two fields for this. We have a first name, so now we are using models.character field. Now it should be character field. Now there are different field options that you can use, and the max length is 30. And also last name, it's also a char field, and the max length is 30. Now we are going to tell Django that create a table at name of person. Now we want the fields of first name and also last name for the person table. Now there is also another field that is ID. Now the ID is auto incremented. You don't need to add ID in here. So for right now, for example, in the class person, we have 3 fields. So we have ID, first name, and also last name. Now, if you see for the model field reference in Django documentation, so we have different field options. So you can see that right now we have used this in here. It's used, for example, max length, and it's 30, but there are different field options that you can use. For example, blank, choices, and if I come down, so you can see that if you see that Django documentation, it's a complete documentation, and we have so you can see we have default, editable, error message, primary key, unique, and validators. and you can see that these are the field types. We have autofield, big autofield, big integer field, binary field, boolean, and you can see that it's a used character field, and you can see it's a string field for small to large sized strings. So there are different fields that you can use in here. Okay, now let's create our model. So if you see in here, we have a models.py file. Now this is the place that you can create your models. So I'm going to create a class article. We will use this class article model for our building our backend API. So now this is just a simple model where we have, now we need to first extend from model.model. And we want to create two fields. So the first one is title. It is models dot field or car field, and we can add max length, for example 100. And also we want to create a description in here, so this description, and we can add so this should be a models.text field, so like this. So we have a class article. It means that we are going to create a article table in our database in our db.sqlite tree. So for right now you can see that we don't have this table in here and in this section. So for this we have a field of title, and also we have a field of description. Now the ID is auto incremented. So after creating of the model, what you want to do is to do migrations and also migrate your project. So for right now, if I do, you will so first let me just do this. So after creating of the model, first you need to do Python. So first let me just clear this, and so we can say Python manage .py make migrations. So you can see that we are receiving no change detected, even though we have added a models in here. Now it's because when you create your app, you need to add your app name in the settings.py. So we need to open our settings.py, and after that in the installed apps we can add our API like this. Now if I do so let me just do Python manage.py make migrations. Now if I run this, so you can see that it's telling that create model article. Now it's created a file of this file initial.py. Now if I check my migrations in here, so you can see that I have this file in here. Now if I open this file, you can see that we have a table of article, and these are the fields, and the ID is auto field, and it's auto created, and also its primary key. And if you see for the title, we have a title, and also we have description, as we have already specified this in our article model. Now we have created this file. After this you need to migrate this. So using migrate, you can push or you can add these this table with these fields in your SQLite database. So we can just say Python manage.py migrate, and you can see applying API. And now if I check my refresh my this SQLite database, now let me just refresh this table, so you can see that I have API article in here. So ID, title, and description. Right now there is no data in here. Okay, now what I want to do is to add my this table, article table, in my admin panel or administration panel. Now if you see in here, I have an admin, and I have this is my admin. So I want to register my this model in here. So if you have remembered, I have admin.py, and this is the place that you can register your models. Now I want to register my this article model in here. So first you need to import, so from .models import article. Now there are two ways that you can do it. So the first way is the easiest way, that you can just say admin.site.register, and you can add your article in here. So now if I check my admin panel, so we have articles in here, and you can see that we have, now we can add article. So let me just say this is article, and this is description. And if I save this, you can see that we have, right now you can see that we are not seeing, we are seeing article object. Now if you want to see the string of the data, so in your models.py you need to add diff str, and we can just return self.title. Now if I refresh this, you can see that now this is article. So this was the first way. Now if you want to customize your main panel, then you can use another way. So you can create a class in here, and you can use decorators for that. So now let me show you the second way. In here we can just create a class, and we can call it, for example, article model, and we can add admin dot model admin, and in here what I want to do is to register. So I can say admin dot register, and we want to register our article model, and in here I want to just, so now you can add your filters. For example, I want to just add list filter, and I want to make it according to the, if you see my models.py, we have title and all, title and description. So we can say title description. So now if I refresh my admin panel, so you can see in here we have filters, so by title and also by description, and you can add for example list display. So title and description, let me just copy this and bring it in here. And so now you can see we have title and description in here. So there are different things that you can do. For example, date hierarchy, you can, if you have date, you can do it like according to the date, and also you can do it according to the ordering, if you can use also this. So like this you can work with the Django models, and we will use this model for our, and also we will create a serializer for our this model in the next video. In this part, we're going to talk about serialization. Now, before sending the data to the client or front end, we need to do serialization on our data or models. Now, if you see the documentation of Django REST framework, serializers allow complex data such as query sets and model instances to be converted to native Python data types that can then be easily rendered into JSON or XML. Now, if you see, so this was the API guide. Now, if you see the serialization in here, we have already installed our Django REST framework, and also we have our, now after installation, what you need to do is to add the REST framework in your installed app. So we need to just copy this. So let me just copy this, and we need to open our settings.py, and in the installed apps you can see that we have our API. Also we can add our REST framework, so like this. Okay, so after installation and after adding our REST framework to the installed apps, if you come down, we need to create a model. So we have already created our model, and you can see in here we have a simple model, a class article model, that we have a title and also description as a field. Now we want to create serializer for our this article model. So after that, now Now we need to, after creating of the model, we need to create our serializer class. Now you can see that the first thing we need to get started on our web API is to provide a way of serializing and deserializing the model instances into representations such as JSON. So we can do this by declaring serializers that work very similar to Django forms. Now if you're familiar with the Django forms, so we have form and also we have model form. Now the serializer is the same concept. So you can see that they have an example in here. So they have the model that is a snippet model, and they have a serializer class that is a snippet serializer. Now you can see that in here we have serializers.serializer. Now there are different types of serializers that you can use. We have serializer, we have model serializer, we have hyperlink serializer, and we will learn about the serializer. So first we will talk about this serializer. Now when you're using the serializer, so you need to add your fields, all fields from the models in here. So now if you see the API guide in here, so let me just come down. So you can see that the serializers and REST framework work very similar to Django form and model form. So we provide serializer class, which gives you a powerful generic way to control the output of your responses. Now, as well as a model serializer class, which provides a useful shortcut for creating serializers that deal with model instances and query sets. Now, if you're familiar with the Django, we have form and we have model form. Now, when you're going to create your form, you need to specify all the fields that you have in your model. Now, if you're using model form, you can just specify the fields. You don't need to add, for example, the type of the field in here. Now, it has the same concept. We have serializer and we have model serializer. So right now we're going to talk about the serializer. Now, if you see in here, now you can see that it's a snippet serializer, and right now we're using serializer. And if you see the model in here, so we have these fields for the snippet model, and here you can see in the snippet serializer we are specifying all the fields in here like this. And also these are the methods, so create method and also update method in here. So if you come down and if you see we have model serializer, and you can see that in here we don't need to specify all the field types in here, so we can just say fields and we can add ID, title, and these information in here. Now let's first just use the serializer, and we will learn that from scratch that how we can use this. So now what I want to do is to create a new file, Python file, in my API app, and I'm going to call it serializers. So serializers. Now in here what I want to do is to first we need to import our serializer from the REST framework. So we can just say from REST framework import serializers. Also we need to import our model because we want to serialize this article model. So we can just say from .models import article. Now we need to create our class article serializer. So I'm going to just call it article serializer. And in here you need to specify the type of the serializer that you want to use. So we are going to use serializer. So you can see we have also model serializer, but we are going to use serializer. Now, as I've already said, that when you're using serializer, you need to specify the model type that you have. So we have title and description. Let me just copy this and paste it in here. So now instead of models, we need to use serializers. So serializers and also serializers. Now for the text field, we don't have anything in the serializer class, so we need to change this to character field like this. So you can add a max length if you want. You can just, for example, add a max length of 400 or whatever you want. So this is our serializer class. Now we need to create our some methods. So we want to create and return a new article instance given the validated data. So in here we need to just use create. So for creating of the article, and you can see it's using validated data, and in here we can just return article dot objects dot create. So because we want to create the article and we are going to use the validated data. And also you can use update. So using the update method, we can update and return an existing article instance given the validated data. So we can just say diff update. So diff update, and in here we can add our so let me just copy this, or we can just say instance dot title. We have validated data dot get, and we can add title, and also instance dot title. So we are going to just copy this, and we want to do the same for the description. So this should be description, description, and also description. So sorry, instance dot description. So now we have created our serializer class. So it's instance dot description. So dot, and we can just add description in here. Okay, now we've created our serializers.py file. Now we want to do some operations and we want to serialize our data. Okay, now I'm going to open my terminal. So let me just or we can just say make this window, because I want it should be bigger. So now the first thing is that we need to import. So from API.models, we are going to import our article model. So article from, oh sorry, we need to change our directory. So let me just clear buffer. So cd API project, and now we can say from API.models we are going to import article from is oh sorry, we need to just open our Django shell. So I'm doing this in the PyCharm and terminal. So we need to just say python manage.py shell, and now we can do our works in the shell. So we can just say from API.models we want to import article, and after that from API.serializer we are going to import our article serializer. So article serializer. So now from this serializers file we want to import article serializer class. Now let me just hit enter. Oh no, module API.serializer. Why I'm receiving this error? Oh, it's serializers, so I have made a mistake again. So it is serializers, and we can just say we can give it. Okay, now we have imported our article model and also article serializer. Also we need to import, so from REST framework. So from REST framework dot renderers we want to import JSON renderer. So JSON renderer. So from REST framework dot renderers we are going to import JSON renderer, and also we need to import parser. So from REST framework dot parsers we want to import a JSON parser. So JSON parser. So from REST framework dot parsers, we want to import a JSON parsers. So now these are the imports. Now what we want to do is to create an article. So we can just say article, and we need to give a title for the article. So we can just say article title, and also we want to create a description. So this description, and we can say this is description. So description. Okay. Now after doing this, we need to save our article. So a dot save, and if I see my localhost admin, if I log in, and in the articles, so we can see the second article in here. So this is article, it's that we have created. So now this is the article title. Okay, so now we can use our article serializer to serialize our data. So we have an article serializer in here. Now what we want to do is to create a serializer. So serializer, and we can say article serializer, and after that we can add our article in here. And now if you see serializer dot data, so you can see we have title and also description. Now at this point we have translated the article model instance into Python native data types. That's we can say that that's dictionary. Now to finalize the serialization process, we render the data into JSON. So now what we want to do is to create JSON in here, and we can just say JSON parser, JSON renderer, not parser. So JSON renderer, and we can say dot render, and in here you need to add your serializer dot data. So serializer dot data. Now if we see JSON, so now you can see that it is converted to the JSON. Now also you can do deserialize your data. So deserializing is similar, it's similar to the serialization. So first we parse a stream into Python native data type. So we can just say, for example, import. So we can say import IO, and in here what we want to do is to create a stream in here. So a stream, and we can say IO dot bytes IO, and we can add our JSON in here, so our serialized data. And after that we can just create a data, and we can say JSON parser. So parser dot parse, and we want to parse our stream. So stream. After that we restore those native data types into a dictionary of validated data. So in here we can just say serializer and article serializer. We can add data, and now we can, if we see serializer dot is valid, so we're receiving true, and now we can say serializer dot validated data. So you can see that it is converted to ordered dictionary of Python. So like this you can work with the simple serializations. We will talk model serializer in the next video. Alright guys, now let's talk about the model serializer. So we have saw that how you can use serializer, and this time we are going to use model serializer. Now if you see our serializer.py file, and here we are duplicating the code, we are reusing the code. Now it's not a good idea. If you see in here we have, for example, title serializers.char field, or car field. We have in here, and if you see our models.py, we have the same fields in here. Now if you see the documentation of Django, it's telling that it would be nice if we could keep our code a bit more concise. Now in the same way that Django provides form classes and also model form classes, as I've already mentioned, REST framework includes both serializer class and also model serializer classes. Now we have saw the serializer in here, the serializer example. Now we will take a look at the model serializer example. So now there's an example in the REST documentation. So they have a snippet serializer, and you can see this time in here it's using model serializer. Now when you're using model serializer, you can just create a class meta, and in here you want to add your model. So for which model you want to create serializer. So in here it's using a snippet model, and also you need to specify that what fields you want to do serialization. For example, in here it's ID, title, code, and these informations. Now if you see the API section, API guide in the model serializer, now it's telling that the model serializer class is the same as regular serializer class, except that it will automatically generate a set of fields for you based on the model. So as we have these fields based on our models like this. And also it will automatically generate validators for the serializer. So there are some validators that are created automatically by model serializer, for example unique together validators. And also it includes simple default implementation of .create and .update. So it is by default it's created. Now if you see in our serializer, in here we have added these two methods, but in model serializers we don't need to do this. So now let's create our model serializer. Now what I want to do is I want to remove this because I don't need these fields in here. So let me just remove this, and this time instead of serializer I want to use model serializer. After that we need to specify our class, now our inner class, so it's class meta. Now we want to create our model, so we want to say that based on this model serialize my data. So I can just say my model is article, and after that you need to specify the fields. So which fields you want to do the serialization. So for example we want ID, we want title. So it is the fields that we want to, for example when we want to retrieve the API, so these are the fields that we want. So title and also description. So description. So now you can see that how simply we have created our model serializer, and you don't need to add a bunch of stuff in here, repeated stuffs. So now let me just show you the representation of this. What I want to do is to open my Django shell, so python manage.py shell. And in here the first thing is that I need to import, so from API.serializers, so serializers, we are going to import article serializer, so article serializer. And now we can create our serializer, so serializer, and we can say article serializer, and now we can print the representation of the serializer, so serializer. So you can see that this is the representation. We have ID, title, and also character field in here. Alright guys, now we've created our serializer, our model serializer. Now it's time to write some Django views for our serializer. So right now we're not going to talk about REST framework features. We're going to just create some basic Django views, view functions that we can get our all articles, we can update the articles using the API. and also we can delete the articles. So now let's just open our views.py. So this is our views.py. Now this was an index that we have already created in the in our videos, so let me just remove this because we don't need this. Now what I want to do is to create a simple function. I'm going to just call it article list. So article list, and we need to pass request in here. So now we want to get our all articles. So get all articles. So now what we want to do is to first we want to check, so if request dot method is get, we want to get our all articles. So what you need to do is to import, so from dot models we want to import our article model. Now we can just say article dot objects dot all. So we are going to get our all articles from the database, and we want to store that in the articles variable. Now after that we need to serialize our this query set. So we need to import our article serializer. So if you see, we have a model serializer in here. So we need to import this. So we can just say from dot serializers import article serializer. We have added in the models, not in the model. We need to add this in our views.py. So let me just close some files from here because I don't need, so let me just add it in here. So what I want to do is to say serializer, so serializer and article serializer, and here you need to add your articles. So let me just add it articles. Also, because you can see that in here we have a query set, and we are going to serialize an object or a query set. So now what you want to do is to also add many to true. So if you want to serialize a query set, you need to just add many to true. And now we need to just return a JSON response. So first let me just import this. So from Django.http we want to import JSON response, and we can just say return JSON response, and we want to response our serializer.data and also save to false. So now if our request is, so request.method is post, we can create a data, and we need to create a JSON parser. So we need to import this from Django. So from REST framework dot parsers, we want to import JSON parser. So data, and we can say JSON parser dot parse, and in here we need to add our request. After this we need to create our serializer. So let me just copy this serializer and paste it in here. So we can just add data, and now we need to check. So if serializer dot is valid, we are going to save our serializer. So serializer dot save, and we need to just return, let me just copy this, return a JSON response, and this is serializer dot data, and we can add a status in here. So we want to add 201, so it means 201 is created. And if there was an error, we can just return a JSON response, and this time we want to say serializer dot errors, and this should be 400. Okay, now we have created our get and also post methods. Now let's open our urls.py. So this is my URL. So let me just so this time from .views I'm going to import article list, and I'm going to just say articles, and we need to add our article list in here. Now let me just run this, run my Django API, and if I go to localhost port 8000, and if I go to the articles, so articles, so page not found, articles, so let me just add this in here. Now let me just check this. So you can see that we have our articles. So ID1, this is the title, description, ID2, and we have in here. So now let me just hit this URL using the postman. So this is the postman, and let me just paste it in here. So now the method is get, and now if I send, so you can see that I have my data in here, and it's the 200 OK, and these are the data that I have in here. So now let me just post, let me just create another one. So this time I want to post, because if you see in here in my views.py I have post also, so I should post in here. So now let me just copy this in here and paste it in here, and I want to use post. So let me just copy this data from here, so one of the data, and from here I can go to the body and row, so row, change this to JSON, and let me just remove the ID because it is auto created, and I can just say new article title, and this is a new description. Okay, so now if I send this, I should receive an error, and I will tell that why. So let me just send this. You can see that we are receiving forbidden. Now if you see the documentation of Django REST framework, if you come down, so note that because we want to be able to post to this view from clients that won't have a CSRF token, we need to mark the view as CSRF exempt. Now this isn't something that you would normally want to do, and REST framework views actually use more sensible behavior than this. So we need to add this in here. So let me just copy this, and I can just add it at the top. Also we need to import this. So where is it? Yeah, I think this is. So from django.views.decorators.csrf we want to import csrf exempt and paste it in here. Okay, now this time I want to add data, so I want to add this data, and let me just send this. So you can see that 201 created, and this is the message that we are receiving from here. So if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to just return a JSON response of 201 status. And so now we have our the third data, so you can see the ID is third, and if I get this articles, you will see that I have a third ID article in here. So let me just get, so 1, 2, and this is the third, so new article title, and this is new description. Alright guys, now we've created our get and also post. Now we need to just do some functionality for example, updating the data or deleting the data, or getting a specific article. For example, in here, if I say, for example, article 1, so I should receive an article 1 in here. So let's do that. So I need to create a new view function. So let me just first add at CSRF exempt, and I can just say if article details. We can add a request, and also we need to add a primary key in here. Now we need to get our data according to the specific ID or PK. So we can just say article dot objects. This time we're going to use get and PK, and also we need to create an except block in here. So except article dot does not exist. So if there is no article, what I want to do is to return an HTTP response, and so I can give status to 404. Now if request.method is get, what we want to do is to create our serializer. So we can just say serializer, article serializer, and we need to add our article object in here, and we can just return an JSON response with the serializer.data. So in the elif, if our request.method is, so request.method is put, not post, so put, so it's for updating. We need to just do the we need to do the same as this, like this. Let me just copy this and paste it in here. I will bring some change. So we are using JSON parser.parse, and we need to create our serializer. So this is article serializer, and in here we need to add also our article and the data. And if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to return the HTTP response. Let me just remove this. You can leave it in here, or you can remove it, there is no problem. So let me just remove it from here. Okay, now or we can just leave it in here, so 400 for this. And if it is request dot method is delete, so we want to delete the article, and also we can just return an HTTP response with the status 204. It is no content. Okay, now we have created our view function. So we have get post, we have for specific article, and we have for update, and also we have for delete. Now we can open our urls.py file, and in here we need to add a new path. So I can just say articles, so we can just import article details, and we can add int pk. Okay, now we are ready, and if I check the first article, so you can see that I am receiving the first article, and if I see the third article, I am receiving the third article in here. Now let's just do this in our postman. So now this is get, and so in here I want to, so let me just do this in here, and I want to get article 3. So you can see that I have article 3 in here, and if I say article 2, I have article 2 in here. So now let me just close this, don't save, and I want to create a new one. So now I can get the article. Now let's update the article. So this time I want to use put like this, and I want to change the second article, so I can just go to the body and form data, or we can say row we are using, and we want to use JSON. And let me just copy this and paste it in here. Let me just remove the ID because ID is in here, and we can say updated data and updated description. So updated description. Now if I send, so now you can see the second ID is updated. Now if I get my articles, and I should see the updated data in here. So this is the first one, and if I come down, so you can see that this is the second ID, and the title is updated, and also description is updated. So we can delete, so we want to delete our second article, so this time I'm going to use delete, and if I send, so you can see that 204 no contents, it means that the data is deleted. And if I get this, you will see that I don't have the second data in here. So this is the first one, and I don't have the second one, so I have the third one directly. So also you can do it in here. So if you see the articles, we have ID 1 and we have ID 3, we don't have ID 2. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to talk about the response objects, status codes, and also wrapping API views, or how we can use API view decorators and function based views. Now in the response objects, you can see that the REST framework also introduces a response object, which is a type of template response that takes unrendered content and uses content negotiation to determine the correct content type to return to the client. Also, we have status codes. Now, using numeric HTTP status codes in your views does not always make for obvious reading. Now, if you see in here right now, we are using numeric status code, but we are going to change this. So, and it's easy to not notice if you get an error code wrong. Now, REST framework provides more explicit identifiers for each status code, such as, for example, HTTP 400 bad request in the status module. Also, we will learn that how you can add API view decorators. So you can see the REST framework provides two wrappers you can use to write API views. We have this API views decorator for working with the function-based views, and also this API view, it's for class, that when you're going to work with a class-based view. So we will use this because we have function-based API views in here. And also, one of the good thing about using this API view decorator is this, that we can access the browsable API view of the Django REST framework. So if I come down in the browsability, now having a browser, a web browsable API is a huge usability win and makes developing and using your API much easier. It's also dramatically lowers the barrier to entry for other developers. Now, even though you're using Postman, but it's good to have some information about the Django REST framework browsable API. So now let's bring changes to our code. So this is our views.py, and so I'm going to remove this because now I don't need to this. So we need to just remove this, and even you can remove the import from here. Now what I want to do is from REST framework, so from REST framework dot decorators, I want to import API view, and in here I can say API view, and the methods are get and also post. Now also we need to bring change to our this code, because this time we are not using JSON response, we are using response. So we need to import this. We are going to from REST framework dot response. So we want to import response, and why we have error in here? Okay, so because we have removed this, let me just remove also this. Okay, now what we want to do is, so if the request.method is get, we are going to get all the articles or objects, and we want to add our data to the article serializer, and after that we want to return response, and we are going to just use serializer.data, and let me remove this. And in the post we also need to bring some changes. This time I don't need this JSON parser. So we have our serializer and this is our article. Now this time we're going to get the data from the request, so request.data. And if serializer is valid, we want to save that and we want to just return response serializer.data. And now we need to change this. So first we need to import from REST framework, import status, and this is status 201, so we can just say status 201 created. And if there was an error, we also want to return response, and this time it is status dot 400 batch request. Okay, now let me just check this, that how it's working. So now this is my articles. Now if I okay, now you can see that we have a browsable API. So from the Django REST framework, you can see we can post and we can get, and these are the articles that we have. And so for example, you want to post the data in here. Now let me just copy this and paste it in here. So we want to use application JSON, and let me remove the ID because it's auto created, and we can say from browsable API, and you can add my description, for example, whatever you want, you can just add it, and we can post this. So you can see the ID4 is added, and if I get, and we have our data in here. And you can see that this is our ID4 that we have in here. Now let's bring change to our rest of the methods. So let me just copy this, and in here let me just add it in this section. So this time we are getting the articles, and we want to return in here, let me just return response, and we can say for the status, so status dot 404 not found. And if this is get, we can add our article serializer, and we need to just return response the serializer dot data, and this is the put, so we are going to just remove this, and we want to just get our data from the request.data, and we are checking if it's valid. We want to save it, and we want to return response and also response, so it should be status dot 400 bad request. And the last one is delete, and you can just say response, and this is our status dot 201 or 204 no content. Okay, now it is completed. So if I check my browsable API, so and for example, if I go to the first article, so I have, but I'm not seeing okay, so we have made a mistake. So this is get, put, and also delete. And now, So you can see that now I have delete in here, and also I have put. Now if I go to the articles, so I have just post in here. Now if I go to the first article, you can see that I have put and also delete. So first let me just update the first data, so we can just add it in here. So ID is 1, and I want to say updated and updated description, so updated. So if I put, you can see that this is updated. If I get my data, so let me just go to the articles, so you can see that the first one is updated. And you can delete, for example, I want to delete the first one, so I can just click on delete and delete, so it's deleted. You can see that 204 no content. And if I go to the articles, I don't have the first one, I have third and also fourth one. Okay, we have saw that how you can use function-based API views in Django REST framework. Now it's time to talk about class-based API views. Now if you see Django documentation, Django REST framework, it's telling that we can also write our API views using class-based views rather than function-based views. As we will see, this is a powerful pattern that allows us to reuse common functionality and help us keep our code dry. It means don't repeat yourself. Now if you see our function-based API view, so that we have already created, and this is, so what I want to do is to just comment out this because I will use some code from this part. Okay, now I want to create, first I need to import, so from here I can, so let me remove this comment. So I can say from REST framework dot decorators, we are going to import API view. Now we can create our class, so we can just say class article list, and now we can extend from the API view. So it's simple. Now we need to use our methods in here. So we have get method and post method, put methods in our this class based view. Now I can say diff get. So first I want to get my all articles, and also I want to post some articles using my API. So I can say request in here. Now let's copy some code from our previous part. So now if request.method is get, now we can just copy this code and bring this in here. So we can get our all articles, and after that we can serialize that, and we return a response of our data. So this was for the get, and now we can use post, so diff post, and we can say request, and let's copy our code. So this is the code, and we are going to paste it in here. So we have our serializer in here. We want to serialize our data, and after that we're going to check that if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and after that we are going to return a response in here that is 201. It means that the article is created or posted, and if there was an error or if our serializer is not valid, we can just return serializer.errors in here with the 400 path request. So now, so we have done this. Now let's check this before adding our all methods. So now what I want to do is to open my urls.py. So let me just bring this in here because we are not using this. Now we need to import our article list, and we are going to comment out these two. So this is articles, and this time we are going to use article list dot as view. So dot as view, because we are using classes, so we need to add as view in here. So now let's check this, and okay, now it's still loading. So now if I refresh my page, you can see that I am receiving the same result, and this time we have used class-based API views. Now let's do this for our all methods that we have. So we have put, delete, and also get the specific article. Let's create another class, and I'm going to just call it class article details. So we can extend from the API view. So first we need to get our object or get our article, so we can say get object. So it is diff, not det. So we can add self in here, and also we need to pass the ID. Now we can just use, let me just come down. So we're going to use this try in here. Let me copy and bring this in this section. So we are going to get the article, so this time we are going to use ID, or we can add ID in here. So we are going to get our articles, and if there was no article, we are going to just return 404 not found. And in here we need to just return this. We don't need to save that, so we need to return the article. And now we can use get. So diff get. Now we can add self, request, and also ID. And let's copy this code and paste it in here. So this time we are going to use self.get object, and we need to pass the ID in here. We serialize the data, and also we don't need this in here. And okay, so we serialize the data and we return a response in here. So this was for the get. Now let's do for the put. So diff put, and we can add request and also ID. We can simply copy our code. So for the put from here, and this is the put. And this time what we want to do is to first get the article. So we can just copy this code from here. So let me just remove this. Okay, now we have article. So we have we want to serialize our data, and we are checking the serializer, and after that we can save that. So this was for the put, and the last one is diff delete. So we can add request and also ID. So delete is also simple, as we have done it already, and we can just copy this. What we want to do is to just bring this in here, because we want to get the article, and after that we are going to delete the article. So this is our article details. Now we need to add this in the urls.py, and we can just add our pattern here. So this time it's int ID, and we can add article details. So now let's check our API. let me refresh this. So there is no problem, it was the get. Now if I for example, I want to get the third article, or the third article. So we have a type error, and let me just check that where is the problem. Alright guys, now the error is in here, so I should add id is id, so like this. And so also this is not a problem, we can just make it a single article because we want to get one article. Now the main problem was in here, so id. And now let me just get the third article. Now you can see we have our third article. Now you can see that we have delete and also put or update. Now I want to update this data. I can copy this and bring it in here, so I can remove the ID, and in here you can just add it, for example, updated title and updated description. So updated description, and I can put this, so you can see that this is updated. Now if I get the article, so you can see that this is updated. Now you can remove this. So for example, I want to remove this, the third one, and I can just say delete. You can see that 204 no content, and we can check this, so we don't have the third data in here. Okay, now let's test this API using the Postman. And so I can get the article. I have just one article in here. I can post the article. So let me just post an article, and let me just copy this in the body, row, and JSON. So what I can say that this is the new data, and we can say Postman. Let me just say new description, and I can send. So you can see that we have 201 created, and this data is added. If I get my data again, so you can see that I have two articles. You can see that this is the fourth ID, and this is the fifth ID that I have added newly. So also you can put, so for example, I want to put, so I want to bring change to the fifth article, so this article, and we can say updated Postman, updated description, and if I send, so you can see 200 OK, and it is updated Postman and updated description. If I get my articles, you can see that the fifth one is updated. Also you can delete, so I want to delete the fifth one, and I can just say delete and send this. So 204 no content, and this is deleted. And if I check, you can see that I don't have the fifth ID in here, like this. So like this you can work with the class-based API views in Django REST framework. Alright guys, now we're going to talk about the Mixins. If you see Django REST framework documentation, one of the big wins of using class-based views is that it allows us to easily compose reusable bits of behaviors. Now the create or retrieve, update, delete operations that we have been using so far are going to be pretty similar for any model backend API view we create. So now those bits of common behavior are implemented in REST framework Mixin classes. Now let me show you the example. So you can see that they have an example in here, and they are using Mixins. So now let's change our code. So this is our class article details and also class article list. So what we want to do is to first import. So from REST framework we are going to import generics, and from REST framework we are going to import Mixins. Okay, now what we want to do is to remove I want to remove all of these codes from here, or what I can do is, let me just comment this, because like this, or we can remove it, so no problem. So let me just remove these two from here, and this time what I want to do is to use Mixins. So I'm going to use generics.generate API view, generic API view. So this is my API view that I'm using, and after that you can use the Mixins. So there are different Mixins, for example, for listing of our articles or for listing of our model objects, we can use model Mixin, list model Mixin. So we can use Mixins.list model Mixin. And now let me just so after adding this Mixin, what you can do is to create your query set. So we can say query set, and this is article.objects.all. And also we need to add the serializer class, so it is article serializer. So now this is our article list, and this is just a simple, we can just list our article, so it's just used for listing our article, and right now we cannot post. Now let me just check my browsable API. Okay, now you can see so we're receiving method get is not allowed, article list. Let me just check this. Okay, this is because we have forgot to add the method. Now if you see the documentation for the Django REST framework, so after adding query set and serializer, in here you need to get your data. So let me just remove this, we don't need this. Now this method is used for getting of the all articles. Now let me check this again. So now you can see that I have my one article in here. So it was just for getting off the article. So now we want to use creating or posting data. So for that we need to use another Mixin. So we can use Mixins dot create model Mixin. So it is used for creating of the model. And after that what we want to do is to post the data. So we can just use self request, and I can return self dot create, and in here we can add request. So now let me just refresh my page. Okay, now you can see that we have a form in here, and it's because we have used create model Mixin and also post method in here. Now we can post in here. Let me just add Mixin, whatever you want. Let me just say Mixin add a title and Mixin add a description, and now I can post. So you can see the ID is added, and if I get, you can see that now I have two ID in here. So this was for getting and also posting the data. Now also there are for updating or deleting or getting a specific article also we can use. Now let me just remove these codes from here. Okay, now okay, I have removed all the codes, Now we can use retrieving our data and also updating data and also deleting the data. So for this, let me first use generic API view, and so the first mixin is for retrieving, it's retrieve model mixin, and after that another mixin that we want to use is update model mixin, and the last one mixin is for deleting of the data. So for this we can use mixins.delete or destroy model mixin. So this is used for retrieving the specific model, this is used for updating the models, and this is used for deleting the model. After that we need to create our query set. So we can use this query set and also serializer class. Like this. Now we can use the get in here. So this time, so I want to use request and also ID, and we can just say return self.retrieve. So we have a retrieve, and we want to pass request and also ID. Now we can add our put, so diff put, and in here we can add request and also ID. So we can say return self.update, and we can add our request ID. And the last method is diff delete, so it's used for deleting. We can add request ID, and we can just say return self.destroy, so it's used for deleting the data, and we can add our request and also ID. So now our article details and also article list is completed. Now we want to check this. So first we are going to use Django REST framework browsable API. So we can get the data and we can post the data, and there is no problem, we have already done this. So if I want to get in a specific data, for example the fourth data, if I hit enter, probably I should receive error. So now let me just run this. You can see that I have received error. It's because it's telling that article details to be called with the URL keyword argument named PK. Now it's expecting PK, primary key, but we are adding ID. So what we want to do is to add a lookup field in here. So in the section we can add a lookup field and we can say ID. Now if I run this, you can see that we are receiving our API data, and we have delete, we have update. For example, I want to update this, we can just say updated, my description updated, and I can put, so you can see that API updated, and I can delete this. So now the data is deleted. If I get the data, you can see that I have just one data in here. Now let's do the add the functionalities using the postman we want to do. So we can get the data. So this is our data. We have just one data in here. We can post the data. Now let me just post the data in here, and let me just copy copy this, and I can just go to the body, and from here row, and change this to JSON. So remove the ID, and we can just add new data and new description in here. So new description, and I can post this. So you can see the ID 7 is added, and if I see my data, you can see that I have two articles in here. So this is the first one, the ID 6, and this is the ID 7. Now what we want to do is to update an article. So first we want to just retrieve a specific article. For example, I want to retrieve the 7 one that I have created. and if I send, you can see so method not allowed. Okay, because we are using post and I want to use put. So now I want to new data updated, and if I send, so you can see new data updated, and if I check, so you can see this is updated, and if I get the specific article 7, and I should receive the 7 article in here, you can see that, and also the title is updated. Now the last one is deleting, and we want to delete the 7 data, and I can send. So 204 no content, it means that the data is deleted or the article is deleted. And if I get my all articles, you can see that now I have just 1 article in here. Okay guys, now we have learned that how you can use generic API views with Mixins. Now in this video we want to talk about viewsets and routers. Now if you see the Django REST framework documentation, now REST framework includes an abstraction for dealing with viewsets that allows the developer to concentrate on modeling the state and interactions of the API, and leave the URL construction to be handled automatically based on common conventions. So now if you see the Django API guide, and it's telling Django REST framework allows you to combine the logic for a set of related views in a single class called a viewset. In other framework you may also find conceptually similar implementations named something like resources or controllers. Now let's create the example of the viewset and routers, and also we're going to talk about the routers, so how you can use routers. You can see that some web frameworks such as Rails provide functionality for automatically determining how the URLs for an application should be mapped to the logic that deals with handling incoming requests. Now REST framework adds support for automatic URL routing to Django and provides you with a simple, quick and consistent way of writing your view logic to set a set of URLs. Now before this we have used the default URLs of the Django, and now we need to change this with the routers. So first we will talk about the viewsets, and we want to create the example of the viewsets in here. So now let me just create an example. Okay, now in here I'm going to just create a class. I'm going to just call it class article viewset, and we need to import the viewset. So from REST framework we are going to import viewsets, and now this class extends from viewsets dot. Now there are different viewsets that you can use. The important one is model viewset. Now we have viewset, we have model viewset, also we have generic viewset. So first let me just show you that how you can use viewset, but we will work with the model viewset. So I'm going to choose viewset in here, and now when you're going to use viewset you need to specify all the CRUD operations that you want to do. So now if you see the documentation of Django REST framework, let me just come down, you can see that you need to specify the list, retrieve, or for example if you come down we have retrieve, update, partial update and destroy. Now you need to specify these functionalities in your class. Now for example for listing we can just use diff list, and we can add request in here. So first we need to get our all articles, so we can say article dot objects dot all, and after that we need to do we need to serialize the data, so we can just say serializer article serializer, and we can add our articles. and also because it's a query set, we can add money to true. And at the end we can just return a response. We can say that serializer.data. So this is for listing. Also you can create article, so we can just say request, and so we can just copy the serializer, and let me just bring it in here, and I want to remove this, and this time we need to get the data from the request, so request.data. And let's now we need to check that if our serializer is valid. What we want to do, that if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, so serializer.save, and also we can just return a response in here, so serializer.data, and we can add a status in here, so status dot 201 created. And if there was any error, we can just copy and paste it in here. So this time we want to say errors, and we can just use 400 bad requests, so dot 400 bad request. Okay, now so we have created our, so right now we are not going to add, update, or deleting. So also let me just add the retrieve method in here. We can get a specific item, so we can just say div retrieve. So you can see, if you see the documentation of Django, so this is for retrieving the data. So you can, let me just bring it in here. So we can use self request and also pk. And now we can create a query set in here, so we can say query set article dot objects dot all, and now we need to get one object, so we can just first we need to import, so from Django dot shortcuts import get object or 404. So now we can say article get object or 404. We can add our query set and pk primary key. And now we need to add the serializer in here. You need to just pass article, and also we can just return the serializer.data. So like this. Now we need to just use routers. Now, as I have already showed you the documentation, now there are two ways that you can map your this view set to the URLs. The first way is not recommended. If you see the Django documentation, I think it's in here. So now you can see that if we need to, we can bind this view set into two separate views like this, but typically we wouldn't do this, but would instead register the view set with the router and allow the URL conf to be automatically generated. So for this we are going to use default router. Now we are going to open our urls.py, and we don't need these in here, and what we need to do is to import article view set, and we can just comment this, and we can comment because we are not going to use this. And also from REST framework dot routers import default router. So first what we need to create a router in here, so router, and we can say default router. And after that we need to register our router, so we can say router.register, and in here we can add articles. So we can add article viewset because we are using viewset.viewset, so we need to add a base name in here, so it is articles. Okay, now after this, what you need to do is to include that in your URL pattern. So first we need to just import include, and in here we can just use path include, and we can say router.urls. Now we are ready, I think. Yeah. So let's check our articles. Okay, now you can see that we have our API in here, so you can create, you can post, and if I get, for example, a specific article, I can retrieve that. You can see, but you can see that I cannot update or delete an article because I haven't added the functionality. So I have just functionality for retrieving the data, for creating, and also listing the data. So now let me just create a data in here, and I can add a new data. So let me just add it in this section. Let me just remove this, and we can say this is added data, this is added description, and I can post. So you can see we have ID 8, this is added data, and if I get, you can see that I have now two data in here. Now let's add the functionality for deleting and also updating of our data. So we can just add update, so diff update. If you see Django REST framework documentation, so in here we can just come down and you can see that this is the update. Let me just copy this. So we have self request and also PK or primary key. So first we need to get our object, so we can say article dot object objects dot get pk, and after getting the object we need to serialize our data, and basically we can just use these codes and we can bring it in here. Okay, serializer, article serializer, and we need to add our article in here. So article, and if the serializer is valid, we want to save that, and we want to just return our serializer data with the 201 created. And if there was an error, we are going to just return our error with the 400 bad request. Now let's add our destroy method. So if you see we have a destroy in here, let me just copy this and bring it in here. So now first we need to get our article, and after that we can just use article.delete, and we can just return JSON response. So we can say return response with the status of dot 204 no content. So now it's completed and we are going to test this. So first we want to just use Django REST framework browsable API. So we can get the article and we can post the article. There is no problem. If I see my 8 article, so you can see that this is, and you can see that now I have delete and also I have put or update. First let me just update the data, and let me just say updated. This is updated, and I can put, and this is updated, and I can delete this. So you can see it is deleted, and if I get to my data, I don't have because it's not found, and I have one data in here. You can do the same functionality using the postman, and let me just remove these records. So we can get all the data, no problem. We can just get a specific data we can post. So first let me just post a data in here. So I can use post. Okay, let me just copy this, and I can go to the body and row. So let me just remove this, and we can say new title, new description, send. So oh sorry, because we need to change this to JSON, and now I can send. So you can see that new title and new description is added, and if I get this data again, you can see that I have 2 articles. So now this is the newly added. You can get the specific article. For example, I want to get the 9th, and so you can do this in here. So for example, the 9th. So you can see that this is the 9th record, and we can update this. Let me just say put, and I want to just update this. So new title, update it, and now I can send. So you can see this is updated. Also we can delete, so I want to delete this record, and I can just send. So you can see 204 no content, and now the 9th one is deleted. So you can see not found, and there is no record in the 9th ID. You can see that I have just one in here. Alright guys, now let's talk about the generic view set. So we have saw that how you can use view set, and this is the example that we have already used. So viewsets.viewset. Now another type of view set is generic view set. Now you can see that the generic view set class inherits from generic API view and provides the default set of getObject and getQuerySet methods and other generic view based behavior, but does not include any actions by default. In order to use a generic view set class, you will override the class and either mix in the required mixin classes or define the action implementation explicitly. So now when you're using a generic view set, you need to specify the mixins. Now if you see there are different mixins that you can use for example, for listing the models, you can use list model mixin. We have create model mixin, retrieve model mixin, update and destroy model mixins. Now let's just use this. Okay, now let me just create my example, my new example. So this was from the previous part, and now I don't need to this. Okay, now we're going to just create a class. We can use article view set, and this time we're going to use viewsets.generic view set. So now you need to first specify the query set. So we can use the query set, and I can say article.objects.all. And after that you need to specify the serializer class. Now it is article serializer. Alright, right now it's not functional because we have said that when you're using generic view set, you need to specify the mixins that you want to use. Now if you see, for example, for listing the articles, we have an article model. We can use list model mixin, and it provides a dot list method that a list method that implements listing a query set. Now, if the query set is populated, this returns a 200 OK response with a serialized representation of the query set as the body of the response, and the response data may optionally be paginated. Now, so let's just use this in here. I'm going to use Mixins dot list model mixin. So now we can check our article list. So you can see that the result is the same, but right now you can see that it's just we are listing, and there's no more functionality like creating or updating or deleting. So for that we need to use another Mixins, and so for example, for creating we can use create model mixin, and it provides a create method that implements creating and saving a new model instance. If an object is created, this returns a 201 created response with a serialized representation of the object as the body of the response. So now let's just use this create model mixin, and in here I'm going to use mixins.create model mixin. Okay, now right now you can see that we don't have any functionality for creating of our model instance. Now if I refresh this, you can see that now we have a form in here that we can add. So now let me just add a new data in here. So this is the new data, and this is the new description, and I can post. So you can see that it returns 201, it means created, and we have a new article in here. Now if I get the article, you will see that I have two articles. So this is the newly created. Now let's implement the rest of functionality. For example, for retrieving, we can use Mixins dot retrieve model mixin. So it's used for retrieving a specific article. So for example, if I want to access this article, so the ID is 10, so I can say 10, and now you can see that I am receiving this article. And the also we need to use Mixins dot update model mixin, so it's used for updating the data. Now for example, if you want to update this, you can see that now we have an update form put with the put button. Now we want to update this, and we can just say update it, and we can just put. So this is updated, and if we get our data, so you can see that this is updated. And the last one is removing an item. So for that we need to use destroy model mixin. So we can just say mixins dot destroy model mixin. And now for example, I want to remove so for example, I want to remove this ID. So you can add the ID in here, and you can see that we have delete, and now I can delete this, delete, and 200 for no content. And if we check our articles, we have just one data in here. So like this, you can use generic view set in Django REST framework. Alright guys, now we are going to talk about the model view set. So we have saw the generic view set. Now I think our REST API is completed, but for right now kindly it's completed, and after adding this model view set we are kindly completed. So now if you see the Django REST framework documentation, the model view set class inherits from generic API view and includes implementation for various actions by mixing in the behavior of the various mixin classes. Now the actions provided by the model view set class are list, retrieve, create, update, partial update, and also destroy. So it's so simple and easy, and you can see that we have done a lot of codes in here. So these are all our codes. Now what we want to do is to just create our model view set, and it will be the last view set for us. Now I can just use class article view set, and we can use viewsets dot model view set. Now in here you just need to specify the serializer class. So it is article serializer, and if you see the documentation, so you can add the query set and also serializer class. So now I have added the serializer, and I can add the query set. So it is article dot objects dot all. Now just you need to add these two lines of the code. So the query set, serializer class, and our article view set is extending from the model view set. Now you can access to all functionality of creating, reading, listing, updating, and deleting of the data. Now let me just show you practically. So I can list all the articles. So I have just one article in here, and so let me just run it again. Okay, I can list the article. I can post a new article. So let me just add it. So let me just say model view set, add it, and model view set description, and I can post. So you can see it's posted, and if I have two articles in here. I can retrieve a specific article, so I want to retrieve the 10, and you can see that we have in here. Now you can put or update. So let me just remove this update and update it, and if I put, you can see that we don't have the updated in here, and you can delete. So I want to delete this. Now it's deleted. If I get the articles, so you can see I have just one article in here. Now let's just do the same functionality using the postman, and I can get all the articles. I have just one article in here, and I can post an article. So let me just post one more in here. In the body row, and this should be JSON, and let me remove the ID, and I can say newly added, and we can say newly added description. So newly added description. Now we can send. So you can see this ID is added, and if you get or list your articles, you can see that now we have two records. So this is the first one, and this is the second one. You can just for example, if you want to update, so I want to update this 12, so I can add the ID in here, and I can change this to put, and I want to change this, for example, newly changed, and we can say description changed, and I can send. So it's changed, and if I get, you can see that so this record is changed. And also you can delete. So I want to delete this, and now so 200 for no content, and it's deleted. If I check this, we don't have the 12th ID in here. Alright guys, now our backend API is kindly prepared for working with the React Native, and you can see that we have our serializer. It's a simple serializer. We have our models, We have just a simple model with title and description, and this is our routes, and we are going to just use for example articles, and this is our path, and we can just access using API/articles. And also we have our views. This is our view set. Now we want to integrate this with the React Native, and we want to build a simple mobile application. Now first of all, what is React Native? Now React Native is an open source framework for building mobile applications. So you can use React Native for building Android and iOS applications using just one code base. Now this is the website of the React Native, and you can see that React Native combines the best part of native development with React and a best-in-class JavaScript library for building user interfaces. And you can use React Native today in your existing Android. And also React Native lets you create truly native apps and doesn't compromise your users' experience, and it provides a core set of platform agnostic native components like view, text, and images that we will look at these components. And also if you come down, you can see that React Native is being used in thousands of apps, but it's likely you have already used it in one of these apps. So you can see that there are big names that they are using React Native. Now let's talk that how you can install React Native. Now there are two ways that you can install React Native. Now you can see that if you're new to mobile development, the easiest way is to get started with Expo CLI. Now it's one of the best way that you can just start, and Expo is a set of tools built around React Native, and while it has many features, and the most relevant feature for us is right now is that it can get you writing a React Native app within a minute. You only need a recent version of Node.js and a phone or emulator. Now so you can see we have and you can see that this is the second option. If you're already familiar with the mobile development, you may want to use React Native CLI. Now what are the difference between these two? Now the biggest difference is this, that when you're going to create an application using Expo CLI, you will not access or you cannot access to the native codes. For example, if you want to create a project using React Native CLI, now there will be packages for Android that will have Java codes, and there will be a package for the iOS that will have Swift codes. Now if you're using Expo CLI, there will be no packages for these. So now we are using Expo CLI. Now the best thing is that first you can create your application using Expo CLI, and after that you can eject that and you can just convert that to the React Native CLI. So now we are using Expo CLI because it's just a simple project, and you can see that you should have a Node.js, and you can just download Node.js from their official website. And after that you can just use this command npm install. If you want to install that globally, you can just use -g expo CLI. If you're using yarn, you can just use yarn. So now after doing this, after installing the Expo CLI, now it's time to create your project. So you can just use Expo init, and after that you can just give a name for your project. So whatever you can just you want, you can give it a name. So I've already installed it because it takes some times for installation. So you can just in your terminal first install Expo CLI using this command, and after that you can just create your project. Now when you want to do this, there will be some options. For example, you can just choose blank project, and because we are going to create our app from scratch. Now let me just show you So this is I'm using Visual Studio Code, and you can see that this is our project that I have already created. And now you can see that we have Expo packages in here. Now if you have created your Android your project using this React Native CLI, there will be Android and iOS packages. Now because we are using Expo CLI, now we cannot see those packages. So now you can see that we have a package.json, and this is our app.js. Now this is the important file, and you can see that we have a simple text in here, and I will come to this file when we have run our application. And this is the node modules. This is the place that we are going to this is the place that our modules are installed, and we have assets, and here you can add your icons, and this is the Expo files. Now in here we want to just run our application. So now if you see let me just come down. Now you can see that in here the first thing is that you need to just change your directory to the project that you have. So for example, in here my project name is React Native blog app, React Native app, and after that you can just use npm start, or also you can use Expo start. So now let me just show you. We can just say cd and React Native app, and you can just use Expo start or npm start. So let me just use npm start. Now it will take a little bit time because it's now you can see that it's telling Expo start, and now we are waiting for the Metro bundler. So now you can see that in here Expo DevTool is running in this part, and now we are going to just wait for the opening of this URL in our browser. And now you can see that it automatically opened the localhost and the port, and now it will create the Metro bundler. So now I'm waiting for this, and if you see in here you can see that the starting Metro bundler, and let's just wait for this. Okay, now you can see that we have our Metro bundler, and you can see that there are different options. You can run on Android device or emulator, run on iOS emulator. We have web browser, send link, and the different options. Now if you want to test your application, and there are different ways in Expo that you can use. Now the first and easiest way is that you can just download the Expo application from the Play Store or App Store in your mobile, and after that you can just scan this QR code and your application will be you'll run your application. Now the second way is that you can just connect your mobile using USB cable, and after that you can just click on run on Android device or emulator. Now the third way is that we are going to use, that is using emulator, a virtual emulator. Now for that you need to download and install Android Studio. So you can just go to their official website. So now let me just open. Okay, now this is the Android Studio website that you can just go to and you can download the latest version of Android Studio. So I've already downloaded, and you can see that this is, I have already created a simple project. Now what you need to do is to install some you can just go to the SDK manager, and from here you need to install some API levels. So I've already installed 9, 10 API level 28, 29 and 30, and you can see that these are installed. And after that you can just go to the SDK tools, and you need to install Android SDK build tools. So it's installed, and Android emulator we have, And if you're using EMD processor, you need to install this Android emulator hypervisor driver for AMD processor, and also Android SDK platform tools. Now if you're using Intel, you can just use Intel emulator accelerator. And I've already installed these components, and now we can just so this was for SDK tools, and also from the AVD manager you need to just install a virtual emulator. So now let me just show you. So we can just go to the tools, and from here AVD manager. So right now you can see that I have just one so Pixel 2 API 29, and I have just one Android virtual emulator. And for example, if you want, you can just click on the create virtual device, and from here you can choose for example whatever. You can just choose it from here, for example this, and after that click on the next, and from here you need to download the system image. So I've already done this process, and I've already installed this. Now let's just run our Android emulator. I'm going to just click on this. So now I'm waiting for my virtual emulator, so it will take some time in the first. So now you can see that this is my virtual emulator, and I'm waiting for this virtual emulator. Alright guys, now this is our emulator, and it is ready to work. So now let's just open our this in here, and we can just run this. So I'm going to just click on run Android device or emulator now, and the first time it will take some time because it's going to download the Expo APK in our this emulator, and after that it will run our application in this emulator. So now we should wait for, so now you can see installing Expo client on the device, and now I'm waiting for this. So now you can see this download is taking longer than expected, so we can just wait for the downloading. Alright guys, and now you can see that this is our application, and this is the text that we have in here. So you can see, and so this is the open app.js to start working on your app. Now let's just change this text, and we can just say for example, you can just give it whatever you want, and so we can just say Django, and so it's a little bit slow, why it's hanging. So Django and React. So let me just give it React. So now I can just save this, and you can see that this is Django and React. So now this was Expo CLI. Now if you want to use React Native CLI, then for that follow these instructions. And for Mac OS or for Windows, you can just you need to download Android Studio, and after that you can work. So for right now we're going to just work on Expo CLI, and I will make a separate video for React and Native CLI. Alright guys, now let's talk about some components that we have in our app.js. Now before this, we are going to install a package that's called React Native Paper. So Paper is a collection of customizable and production ready components for React Native following Google's material design guidelines. Now first we need to install this because we will use from this material design. And for the installation, you can just open your terminal in your project folder. If you're using Yarn, you can just use yarn add React Native Paper, or if you're using npm, you can just use npm install React Native Paper. So now let's talk about these components that we have in our app.js. So in here you can see we are importing status bar from Expo status bar. And after that we have React, and also we have style sheet, text, view. Now these are the materials or components that we need to import from React Native. So if you're familiar with the React.js, now there's much similarities between React Native and React.js. So now after that you can see that this is a component and this is a functional component. And you can see that it's just basically a JavaScript function. And if you're familiar with the React.js, there are two types of components that we have. We have functional components and also we have class components. We will talk about these two types of components in the later part of this video. So now you can see in here we have view. Now view is like, we can say that it's like a container, like we can say it's like div, and in here we have styles.container. Now this is the styles that we are using for this view. Now if you come down in here, you can see we have const styles, we have style sheet.create, and after that we have container, and these are the styles that are applied for these for the children of this view. After that we have text. Now it's just simply text. For example, if you want to create a text, you can use a text tag in here, and this is a status bar. So for example, if I comment this, so right now you can see that we have a simple status bar in here, and if I comment this, so and if I save this, so you can see that we don't have the status bar in here. So for right now, let me just comment this and I will be back for this. Now, so now if you see in the styles, you can see that we have container. Now the container is the name of the style that we have applied for this view. And after that we have flex1. Now what's flex? So React Native uses flexbox for the layout management. Now if you see the documentation for the layout with the flexbox, so a component can specify the layout of its children using the flexbox algorithm. Now flexbox is designed to provide a consistent layout on different screen sizes. You'll normally use a combination of flex direction, align item, and justify content to achieve the right layout. Now you can see, now they have an image. So we have, now if you make flex1, it means that it will take the whole screen size. And you have flex direction. Now there are row wise flex direction, column wise, row reverse, and also column reverse. So now if you see in here, now let me just open. So for example, if I comment these two, let me just, so first let me just comment this justify content. You will see, now you can see that our text is in here. Now if I comment this, you'll see that we don't have the line items to the center, and it will be in this section. So this is the align item and also justify content, and this is the background color that we have, and this is the flex that we are going to use. Now let me just create another text in here. So let me just create a text. So let me talk about the styles. There are two types of styles that you can use. So we can use an inline style. Now for example, in here I want to just give an inline style, and I want to change font size, and it should be 25. And if you see, the text is bigger. You can see Django and React. So you can do it like this. You can add an line style, or for example, if you want to add a style like this, so in here we can just add, for example, I want to add text style, and in here I want to just say font size to 25, and also I can just give a color to red color. Okay, so now I have created my style, and now I need to add this in here. So text, and I can just use styles dot text style. So now if I refresh this, you can see the color of this text is changed. Now let me just create another text in here. So text, let me just close this tag, and we can just say hello world. And now if you see, so now you can see by default the flex direction is column wise. Now if you see the documentation, flex direction controls the direction in which the children of a node are laid out. This is also refers to the main axis. Now the cross axis is the axis perpendicular to the main axis. Now you can see that we have a row, column, reverse. Now let's just use some of them. If you use row align children from left to right. If wrapping is enabled, then the next line will start under the first item on the left of the container. Now, so by default, if you see, we have column wise. Now if I add a flex direction in here, so flex direction, so direction, and so I want to just make it row. And if you see, so you can see that we have a row wise direction. For example, if you have two buttons in here, you want to make it you want to lie out in the row section, so you can just use it like this. And now so we have column, and if I do so, let me just use reverse. So we have row reverse, and we have column reverse. You can just use it also this. So first let me just use flex direction, and let me just copy this. And if I just use row reverse, let me just copy this, and so now you can see it's the reverse of the row. And also you can just use column reverse. So you can see that it's the column reverse in here. Now let me just remove this flex direction, because we don't need this in here, like this. Okay, now let's create a component in here. So right now you can see that we have just app.js component. Now we want to create another package or folder in here. I'm going to just call it screens, and in the screens I want to create a new file at name of home.js. So in here I want to use functional components. So you can install a package that's called React Native, Redux GraphQL React Native. You can just use install this. I've already installed it. And you can, for creating of class component, you can use our RFCE and RCE, like this. And for example, if you want to create a functional component, you can just use RFC. From here I'm going to just copy I think this one from here, and I can just add it in this section. Let me just change this to text and change this to text like this. And in here I'm going to just say hello from home. And in my app.js, what I want to do is to just import, so we can just import home from dot screens, and from the current directory we want to just use screens and also home. And what we want to do is to just remove these two, and I want to just give the style, and in here I can add my home like this. Okay, so now if you see, we have hello from home. And in here what I want to do is to just remove these two align items from here. I want it should be at the top like this. Even I can just give the status bar style for this, or we can just comment this. It's, I think, like this. Okay, so you can see that we have in here, so now it's more at the top, and here what I want to do is to import contents from Expo constants. Let me just remove this. We want to just use it like this. Okay, now after this, in here we can just give a margin top. Say margin top, and it should be contents dot status bar height. So now if you see, we have our text in here. And now what we want to do is to just create cart, and we are going to use cart from React Native paper. So in here we can just say import cart from React Native paper, as we have already installed this, and I can just add cart, and I can just make this like this. Okay, so now you can see, so right now it's not showing because our screen color is white. So now let me just change the color to another color. So from here, and if you see, so you can see that we have I think we have card in here, but also we can just add a style for our card in here. So we can just say const styles style sheet dot create, and in here we can just add, for example, we can say card style, and we can just add padding to 10, and we can add a margin, so padding 10 and margin of 10, and now we need to just apply the style in here and the card. So we can just say style, and we can say styles dot card style. Okay, now you can see that we have in here, we will talk more about the cards. So right now you can see that we have another components, and we have created some styles for our home.js. In this part, we're going to talk about some fundamental concepts of React. So we have already learned that how we can create components, especially functional components. And as you know that components are the building blocks of a React application. And we will talk about the class components also. Now, before that, as we have already said that functional components are just regular JavaScript functions that you can see that in here we have created home functional component. Now let's talk about the props. So using props, you can send data from one component to another component. So if you see the documentation for the props, now props is short for properties, and props let you customize React components. For example, so they have an example in here. Now let me just give you an example. For example, I have some data in my app.js, and you can see that the home component is the child of my app.js. Now I want to send some data from app.js to the home.js. Now for that you can use props. So for example, in here, for example, I want to just send this data of name. So this as a value of name. Now I want to send this to the my home.js. Now in here, what you need to do is to add props as a parameters in your functional component. So in here we can just add props, and after that now you can access this name using this props. So in here we can just say props.name. Okay, so now if you see, we have our name in here. Now you can see that we have the name in here. So now this was about props. Now let's just create a class components. As I've already said that there are two types of components. We have functional components and also class component. Now in here I'm going to create another screen, or we can say component, and I'm going to just call it, for example, class A. So let me just call it, but I will remove this because I don't need to this class component. So now you can use our I think it was our CE to create a class component. Now you can see that we have class component in here. Now let me just import this in here, because I'm going to use from the text. So you can see that we have class, and it's extending from the component, and it's just basically a regular class, a JavaScript class. Now in here we can just say, so in the text I can just say hello from class. Okay, so now after this, in the app.js we want to add that. The first thing is that you need to import, so we can just say import class A from dot screens and class A, and in here I can add that. So let me just add class A. So now if you see hello from class, we have class, our class component in here. Now as we have already added props in our functional components, you can also add props to a class component. For example, I want to send some data, and here I'm going to just call it, for example, email. So I want to just send this email data to the my class A. Okay, now in here so I can access to this data. Now if you remember that in our class component we have used props, and after that we have used props.name to access the data, the props data. Now in the class components you don't need to pass props, and it's built in our class components, and you can access that using this.props. So in here what I can say that this.props.email, like this. Okay, so now if you see, we have our email in here. One of the important point is this, that you cannot change the value of the props. So for example, in here I have created props, for example, email to this email address. Now you cannot change this. For example, I cannot say that this.props.email and I can assign it to another value. Props are immutable and it's not changeable. Now there's another thing in the class component that you can use that's called state. So now let's just talk about state. So you can see that while you can think of props as arguments you use to configure how components render, state is like a component's personal data storage. State is useful for handling data that changes over the time. So for example, whenever you have a data and you want to change that, then for that you need to use state. Now let me just show you. In here I can just create a state, so I can just say it like this, and so I have a state of name in here. Okay. Now after this I want to create a button. Now let me just remove this email from here. Okay. Now in here I need to create a button, so I can just say button, and I can give a title to click me. So click me, and now you can see that we have an error in here, and you can see that it's telling JSX expression must have one parent element, and we need to wrap this because we have two elements in here, and we need to just wrap this in a view. So we can just say like this. So view, and add these two in here. Also make sure that you have imported the button in here, so like this. Okay, now okay, so now we have our button in here, and it's click me. So if you see in here, you'll see that we have a click me in here. Now let me just remove this hello from class. Now I can use my name in here, so like this name, and if you see we have our okay, you can see that cannot find, oh sorry, because in here we need to just say this.state.name. So this.state.name. So when you're getting access to the state, then you need to use this.state.name. So now if you see, we have our name in here. Let me just add a font size style in here, and line style, and I can add, so for example I can just say font size, so font size to 25. So now you can see. Now I want, when I click on this click me, I want to change this text. So for this, in here we can add an on press. So if you're familiar with the React.js, you can use on click, but in here we need to use on press. So it is a row function, and in here we can just say this.setState. So you can use setState, and I want to change the name to, for example, text changed. So text changed. So now if I click on this click me, you can see the text is changed. Now, so this was for the class components. Now before this there were no functionalities in the functional components. Now after introducing hooks, now you can use states, and also you can use all functionalities of a class component in the functional components. So now there are different hooks that you can use. I have a complete video on this. You can just watch the video description, and I have added the link in the video description. And here we are going to just create a use state hooks. So we can just say use state, and so this is our functional component. And in here I am going to create my const. I can just say name, set name. So this is the variable, and this is the method that we want to change the state of this variable. And after that we can just use state, and in here I can add the initial value. So for example, my name. Okay. Now instead of using props.name this time, let me just remove this props from here, and from here in here I can just add this name in here. Okay, so now let me just open my app.js. Let me remove this class component because I don't need now, and let me remove this name from here. So we have just a simple functional component. Okay, so now you can see that we have our name in here and in this section. So now, for example, I'm going to create a button in here. So I can just add a button, and not in here, sorry, we don't need the button in here. We need the buttons in our home.js. Okay, so in here I'm going to create a button to change the state of this variable. Now for this also let me just give a style. So style and font size to 25, and we need to import button in here. So button. Now let's create a button, button title. For example, I can just say change text, and we can use on press in here. So and the on press, so it's an arrow function. We want to just set name to another value. For example, we can just say this is changed. Okay, so now you can see that I have a button in here, and if I click on the change text, you can see that it's changed, and it's telling me that this is changed. Alright guys, now in this part we want to talk about the FlatList in React Native. So we're going to learn that how you can use FlatList in React Native. So for right now we haven't fetched our data from the backend API that's built in Python and Django. So we're going to create some data in here. So first of all, let's talk about the FlatList. Now it's a performant interface for rendering basic flat lists, supporting the most handy features. So there are different features in the FlatList. It's fully cross-platform, optional horizontal mode, configurable viewability, header support, footer support, separator support, pull to refresh, scroll loading, and there are different features that are available in the FlatList. Now first let's just so we're going to just remove this class A because we don't need this. Now what we want to do is so in our home.js we need to create some data. So let me just create some data. So I'm going to just call it const my data, and it is an array of object. So in here I can add ID, for example ID1, and I can add title. So I can just say first title, and I can just say description, and I can just say first description. Okay, now let's just copy this, and we want to add some more data. So just change this to second, and this is the third data, and this is, we can say second title and second description. So third title and third description. So now you can see that we have some data in here. Now we want to treat over this. Now if you're familiar with the React.js, we can use map. Also you can do using map this, but we're using FlatList. So now in here what I want to do is to okay, now in this section I need to just remove some code from here. So first, I don't need this state, and I don't need this name, and even I don't need this button. Let me just remove this button from here, and so we have just simple text, and so also we don't need this text. Let me just remove this, and in here we can just create our flat list. So we can just say flat FlatList, and you need to import this FlatList. So I can just use the FlatList in here from React Native. Now you need to pass some data in here. So the first one is the data, so that you want to treat over that. So the data is my data, so it's the some predefined data that I have created in here. And after that you need to add render item. So for right now we are going to just say render item is my data, and we can just console console.log the my data. Okay. Also I need to add a key extractor in here. So even though you can see that we have our data in the terminal, but we will receive an error in here. So you can see a warning because we need to add a key extractor. So you can see that we have item. Now we are interested in the item. In the item we have description and we have title, and so you can see that we have another one. So we have a description and also we have a title in here. Now let's just add a key extractor in here. So we can say key extractor, and in here we can just so now let me first now in here, if I instead of my data, if I console.log my this item, so that I have in here, so you can see item. So let me just, so it's an object and we can just say item, and if I say item, so you can see that I have the item data in here. Okay, now in here I can add a key extractor. So key extractor, and this should be item, and for the item we have an ID. You need to say item.id. Okay, now after doing this, now we are going to create a method in here, or a function we can say. So we can just say const render data, not item, render data, and it is an arrow function. So in here the first thing is that I'm going to just bring this card from here, because I don't need the card in my flat list. So I can just add it in here, and I can just close the card, and also we need to just remove the card from here. Okay, now in the card I want to create two text. So text, and the first one is item dot title, so the title, and also we are going to create another one, so it is item dot description, like this. Okay, so after doing this, even though we don't need description in here, so right now we are going to just printing the description also in our screen, in our home screen. So now after this, in here, instead of console.log, we want to return our render data, and we want to pass the item in here. So now if I see I have the data in here or not. So I'm not seeing any data. Why? Oh, in here I need to return a JSX. So let me just grab this, and in here I can just say return, and I can add this in here. So, and okay, now let me just check the data. Okay, now you can see that we have our three data in here in the card. So now what I want to do is to add a font size for this. So for this text, even though we don't need this description in here, because we want, when we click on the title, we want to open another screen, and on there we should see the description of the article. So right now we're going to just add this in here that I want to show you. So now in the text we want to add a style, so we are going to use an inline style, and I can just say font size, and you can add whatever you want. For example, for this 25, and I can just copy this and paste it in here, this and so okay, now this style should be 20. Okay, now you can see that we have our data in the cards. Now we want to create a floating action button for the adding the data, for inserting the data in here. Now another thing that I'm going to show you, that as we have saw that there are different features that you can use. For example, it has scroll. Now let me just show you that if we have more data in here, let me just copy some more data in here, and let me change the 5 and like this, and if you see, you can see that we can scroll the data like this, and it has a scrollable functionality. So now let's create a floating action button. Now we need to import that from React Native button, so we can just say FAB, and we want to create that in here. So the first thing is that we need to wrap this in a view, because we will have two components, and so like this, and in here I can add the floating action button. So I can just say FAB like this. So the first thing is that we are going to give a style for this, so we can just say styles.fab. So right now we haven't created the style, and after that I want to just make the small to false because I want a larger button, and after that I can just add an icon, so it should be a plus icon, and now also we can add an on press, so it is an arrow function. So right now I'm going to just say console.log, and we can say pressed. So now let's create this style, and in here, and we can just say, so the first one is we can give a position, so position, and the position should be absolute. We need to give a margin, so you can give it like this. Also you can give a right, it's 0, and also we can give a bottom, so this should be also 0. Okay, so now let's just check. Okay, now you can see that I have a floating action button in here. If I click on this, so you can see we are receiving pressed, and if I click again, so pressed. Now you can change the color of this, so you can do it like this. You can just give a background, so background color, and for example I want to just give it blue, so you can add the background color like this. So if you see, so background color is not valid. I think it should be like this. We have made a mistake, so let me just, okay, now you can see that background color is changed and it is blue. Now there's another way that you can use that according to their documentation. You can use that in here in the floating action button. You can add a theme, so we can just add like this. So we should have a colors, and in here we can add accent to blue. So right now if you see, the color is changed, and if I save this, we have a blue color in here. Alright guys, now in this video we're going to learn that how you can fetch the data from your backend API that's built in Django. Now before that, sometimes you will receive a warning that for example, render item expects a string but there is integer. So for that, what you can do is that you can, in the key extractor, you can just convert this, the ID to string. So we can just use backtext like this, and in here I can just use dollar and item.id, and there will be no error. Also, what I want to do is to right now you can see that this render data is outside my component. So let me just bring this inside the home component like this, and okay, now this is my render, and if you see, there will be no problem, and we have our data in here. Now let me just remove this data that I have already created, and I don't need to this data. So before this, if you see, this is my backend that's built in Django. So I have just a simple models with title and also description. I have Serializer that's responsible for providing the data for the React Native frontend. Now let me just run this, and I will show you the data. So, and I'm waiting for this, and okay, now okay, so now if I go to the localhost port 8000, and okay, page not found, because we have the route of API and after that articles. So you can see that I have some data in here, about 4 data I think I have in here. So you can see we have ID, title and description. Now we are going to just remove this data from here, and in here I'm going to create a use state hook. So I can just say const data set data, and I can just say use state, and so for right now let me just add a title, just title, and I can just say first title. Okay, and after that I need to just add this data in the FlatList. So let me remove my data, and I have the data. So now if I see, okay, so now you can see that I have my first title in here, and this is the title that I have given in here. Now what I want to do is to fetch my data from my backend API so that I have. So I want to fetch the data from the Django backend that I have already created. So in here we need to use use effect hooks. Now we can just say use effect. So for example, if you want to fetch any data in a functional component, then you can use effect hooks. And now if you're using class component, you can just do that in the component did mount. So in here I can just say use effect, and we can just add an arrow function, and also because we want to just render the data just once, so by this reason we need to add an empty array in here, so it will mimic component did mount in here. So now after this, in here I want to fetch the data, so I can just use fetch, and in here we need to just use our this local host. So let me just copy this and add it in here. So HTTP, and after that if you see in here we have a route of let me just open my urls.py. We have a route of API, and after that articles. So we can just say API backslash articles like this. Okay, and after that, because we need to add a method in here, the method is get like this, and it will return a promise. So I can just say dot then, and we are going to just receive response, and we need to just convert this to the JSON. So response.json and dot then, and this is our data. Right now we want to just console dot log the data like this, and if there was an error we can just grab that in the catch block, and we can just say error, and here we are going to just use an alert. So for that you can just import alert, and we are going to just say alert dot alert, and we can say error, and you can pass the error in here like this. Okay, so now if I check, if I refresh this, and so it's refreshing, and if I check my terminal, you will see that I am receiving an error. So now, so you can see that we are not receiving any data. So right now we are not seeing any data, and we should see an error. So let me just remove this alert, and for right now I can just say console dot log, and I can just say error. So now also this this button is in here. I don't know, I think I have removed the flex from the view, so let me just add a style, and it's, I think, removed from here, and I can just add flex 1, and now our button should be, so it's not refreshing, and I don't know why. Okay, let me just run my application again. Okay, now I'm not seeing the data because in here I'm going to just console.log the data. I haven't set the data, but you can see that in here I'm receiving an error. Now it's because if you're using Android emulator, it's conflicting with the local host. Now you can see that it's we have used local host in here. Now it will conflict together. Now if you're using iOS emulator, simulator, there is no problem, and you'll receive the data. Now for right now, what you can do is to just change this to your IP address that you have. Now for that, in here, first open settings.py and the Django. Now in my Django, and here, so this is my IP address, and I can just copy this and bring this in here, and so let me just add it in this section. So you can see I'm using port 80, but you can use whatever you want. And after doing this in your in here in your Django, now I want to just use Python manage.py run server, and you can add your IP address. So let me just close this, terminate this, and then here I can just so first I need to just change directory to API project, and after that I can just paste this in here. So now let me just run this. So now I'm waiting. Okay, so now now you can see that this is our development server in this address, and the new address. Now let me just open this. Okay, now in here you can see that it's telling that this allowed host now invalid HTTP host. You may need to add this in the allowed host. So we need to just grab this and add this. And if you see in the Django allowed host in the settings.py, you need to add this in here. Okay, so now if I check my data, so let me just save this. Now it's refreshing. Okay, now you can see that I'm seeing the data, and you can see that these are the data that I have in my backend API. Now if I go to the API slash articles, you can see that now these are the data, and these are the data that I have in here. So now instead of console.log, what I want to do is to just use set data, and I want to set the data. So I can just say set data like this, and if I save this, okay, now you can see that I have my data in here. Now I don't want this description because I want just the title in my home screen. So by this reason, in here we can remove this item.description, and we want just these. So you can see that we have these 4 data in here: model, view set added, Django and React.js course. Now you can see that this is added Django and React.js course. Now so this was because I have used this in my React.js video tutorial. So you can see that we have our these data, and we have our these titles in here. So now you can just remove this predefined data, and we want it should be an empty array, and you can see that these are the data that we have. And also you can just add alert in here. So let me just remove console.log, alert.alert, and we can just say error, and we can add the error in here like this. Okay, so now this is our data, and we have fetched our data from our Django backend. Okay guys, now we have learned that how you can fetch the data from Django backend. And also there was a problem of network request failed in Android emulators. Now for solving of that problem, we have used our computer IP address. Now if you're using an iOS simulator, there will be no problem, and you don't need to change this. Okay, now in this video we want to talk about pull to refresh. So right now you can see that these are the data that I have already added in here. So you can see that these are data in my Django backend. Now for example, if I add another data, so let me just add a new data added, and we can just say, for example, new description added in here. Now if I click on post, so you can see that this data is added in our Django backend. But if you see our React native frontend, we are not seeing the data. And if I save this, for example, let me just save this, and it's refreshing, and you can see that we are receiving the data. Now we want to add a functionality of pull to refresh. When we pull our mobile application, we want to see the data. Now as we have already talked that with the FlatList, there are different features that you can use. One of them are this pull to refresh. Now in here what we want to do is to just create a new user state hook. So we can just say const loading and set loading. So by default I want to just make this loading to true, because by default I want to fetch my data. And after that what I want to do is to also, after fetching the data, I'm going to just make this set loading to false like this. So after I have fetched the data, I want to make the set loading to false. Now after doing this, if you come down the flat list, now we can add two new arguments in here. So the first one is on refresh. So on refresh, and in the on refresh we need to give a function or a method when we want to refresh, when we want to pull our application. Now the another one is refreshing. So refreshing, and for the refreshing I want to just make add the loading in here. Okay, refreshing. So now in here I'm going to just create a new method or function. We can say const load data, and this is an arrow function, and I want to bring my fetch data from here. So let me just grab it, and I want to just paste it in my this const load data. Okay, and after that I need to just call the load data in the use effect like this. Okay, also we need to call our this load data in here. So this is an arrow function, and I can add the load data. Okay, so now if I save this, and okay, now I'm going to add a new data. So you can see that we have loading indicator in here. So now it's fetching the data from here. Okay, now I want to add, so you can see that these are the data. I want to add a new data in here, and let me just say we can just say React Native pull to refresh, and we can just add so this is my description in here, and now I can just post. So you can see that the data is added, and now so now in here if I pull this, so you can see that we are seeing our new data in here. Alright guys, now in this part we're going to talk about React Native navigation. We will learn that how we can create navigation in React Native, and also we're going to create a new component for inserting of our data. For example, in here I want, when I click on this plus button, I should navigate to another screen, and on that screen I should have two text input, one for title and one for description, and also with a button for inserting the data. Now let's just create our now in the screens, what I want to do is to create a new component, and I'm going to just call it so you can just call it let me just call it create.js, but you can name it whatever you want. So after this, now I need to and here I need to create a functional component, so I can just use rf ce. So this is a functional component, and also I'm going to just copy this from here and paste it in this section, and I don't need this text or let me just leave it for right now. And in here let me just say text and text, and I can say from create home. Okay, so now right now let me just comment my this home screen, because I want to just use this create. In here we can first, you need to import, so import create from dot screens, and we can add the create, and in here we can just say create. Okay, so now if you see, now we will have our create page in here. So okay, now you can see from create home. Okay, now let's create our input fields. What I want to do is to import text input, so we can just say text input and also button from React native paper. And in here I'm going to create two. Also I need to import use state because I want to use that use state hook, so we can just say use state, and I can create const. So the first one is title, set title, and use state. This is an empty string, and I can just say const description, set description. So set description, and also make this to initialize this to an empty string. Now after that, let me just change this text to view, and like this, and in here I can create my text input. So I can just say text input. So now I need to give some so first I need to give the label in here. So the label is title. I need to give the value, so the value is the title variable that I have, and like this. And after that also I need to give a mode, so it should be outlined. And on change text, so on change text I can just say text, and I want to set this text to my set title. So set title and add this text in here. Okay, so now let's just see. Okay, now you can see that we have text input in here and the mode is outlined. Now let me just give a style for this, and so in here I can just say style, and the style should be styles dot input style. So right now I haven't created this input style. Let's just create this. So I can come down and I can just say const styles style sheet dot create, and we can just create for this. Now I can just give a padding of 10 and margin of for the margin I want to give it 20, or let me just first check this. Okay, so I think the margin 20 is much more. Let me just give it 10. Okay, so now after this we are going to create, so this was for the title. Now let's create another text input in here. So text input, now so we want so this is for title. Now we want a larger text input for adding the description. So for that the first thing is that I can specify the style in here. So styles, okay, so for right now let me just leave it like this. Okay, now first let me give the label. So the label is description, and after that I need to give the value. So the value is description, and we need to give the mode. So the mode is outlined, and also I need to use multi-line, and so by default it's false, and we can use it multi-line in here. So by default it's true, so we can give it number of lines. So number of lines, and we can just give it 10. And also let me just add this on change text, and this time it is set description. Okay, now you can see that we have a nice text input. It's a bigger text input, and I can write in here, so it's also multi-line. Now let's just give this style for let me just give this style. Okay, now it's looking good. So now it's looking good, and I think this margin I should make it 5, or yeah, now it's looking good. Or I just need margin top, I think, and make this to 30, because I want some space from the top. Okay, now it's looking good. And also make this padding to 5. Or 10 is okay. Okay, so we have description and we have a title in here, and there's much space between these two, and so let me just remove this style from here, and I want to give an inline style for this. So I can just say margin top, and I can just give it 10. Okay, so now it's looking good, but also I should give another padding. So if I change this to margin, just yeah, now it's looking good. Okay, so after this we need to create a button in here, and for that we have already imported the button from the React Native paper in here, and we can just in here give a button. So I can just say button, and I can close this button. So you can give an inline style for this button. I want to, so first let me just create this button. So I'm going to use an icon for this. Let me just use a pencil icon, and after that I can give a mode. So the mode, it should be contained, and also we can just add an on press. So for right now we can just say console.log button pressed, and we can just give so now in here we can say insert article. So insert article. So let's just check. Okay, now you can see we have a button in here, insert article. We can give an inline style for this style, and I can give margin top to 10. Margin, let me also just give it a padding of 10. No padding, or I can just give it a margin of 10, not top. Okay, now it's looking good. So we have a title, we have description, and we have insert article. Now what I want to do is to, if you remember, we have a button, a plus button. Now when I want to click on that, I want to just navigate to this screen, to my insert article screen. Now for that we need to use navigation, React Native navigation. So if you see in here, now First, let me just remove or comment this create, because it's we have created our forms. Now this is our home. Okay, now after clicking on the plus, I want to just go to this create screen. Now for that we need to use React Native navigation. So this is the documentation for the React Native navigation, and the first thing is that you need to install. So for the installation, you need to install some packages. The first one is npm install React Navigation Native. So you can see that I'm using version 5, and first you need to install this. So if you're using yarn, you can just use it this command, and if you're using npm, you can use this. And after doing that, you need to install some more dependencies. So you can just copy this code. So React Native gesture handler and React Native screens, React Native save area. So you need to install all of them. You can just copy and install these. Now if you're not using Expo CLI, you can just follow the instruction in here. They have also for React Native CLI. Now after doing this, so you need to install another package that's called so if you come down in here, now let me just come down, we have create stack navigator. You can just click on this, and in here we need to install React Navigation Stack. So first you need to install this, and after that this package, and at the third point you need to install React Navigation Stack. So I've already installed these packages, and I don't want to install it again. Now we are going to open our app.js, and we need to bring change to our this app.js. So first we need to import, let me just import navigate. So let me just say from at React navigation native, and we want to import navigation container. So navigation container, and also we need to import from so React Native Stack. Create stack navigator. Okay, so the first thing is that we are going to just say const stack, and we want to create the stack navigator in here. After doing this, I'm going to just remove this export default, and in here I can just create a function. So I can just say export default, and I can wrap my app in the navigation container. So we can just return so navigation container, and we can wrap our app component in here. So now after doing this, now let me just remove this from here, and also let me just remove these components. Okay, now the first thing is that I need to create a navigator in here, so I can just say stack.navigator. So navigator stack navigator. Now in here I need to add my screens. So the first screen that I want to add, so I can just say stack.screen. So it's capital, and it is our home. So we can just add stack name. So the name is home, and after that we need to just give the component. So the component is home. Now let's add another one. So this is our create, and this should be create. So we have already imported these components in here. So we have create and we have home. Okay. Now after this, we are going to open our home.js and the floating action button. So in here we have FAB. On press, we want to just navigate to the create. So we can just say props dot navigate dot navigation dot navigate, and in here you can see that we have a name of create. So you can just add this in here, and also make sure that you pass props. Oh, this is not this dot props. So props dot navigation. So you need to pass the props in your as argument in your function home, in your home component. So now let's just test our application. So now if I click on this floating action button, now you can see that I'm seeing my create screen in here. I have title and I have description. Also I have a button, and I can just go back. So you can see this is our home, and we can just click on this. So you can see that this is our create screen. Now let's just give some styles for our this header. So right now you can see we have a white header in here, but we want to customize this and we want to add our own style for this. Now in here, first I'm going to just create a const, so for example my styles, and so first I want to give a title. For example, let me just say article list, and after that I need to give header tint color. So it's used for changing the color of the header, the text color. So for this I want to that it should be white, and I can give a header style. So now we can change the background color, and I want, for example, blue. Okay. Now after this we need to just come down in our stack navigator, and in here we need to add options. So options, and we can add our this my styles in here. Now if you see, so we are not seeing any change, and so now and now you can see that the color is changed and also the title is changed. Now let's do the same for the our create screen. So I can just copy this options, and I can add it in here. So one thing that I should point right now, you can see that we have title, it's article list, and I want to just create a title for my this screen. So for that what I want to do is to first copy all styles from here. So I can just say dot 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 using separate operator, and after that I want to override the title to the, for example, create or whatever, you can just name it. So for example so let me just use it create. So now this is our home page. We have so now if I click on the splash button, you will see that we have, so now you can see that this is our create, and also the color has changed. And you can just go back, and you can, so this is, and we can just click. So also the color has changed in here. Alright guys, now in this part we want to list our data or list our articles. For example, I want, when I click on one of these titles in here, I should navigate to another screen, and on that screen I should see the title, the description, and also two buttons, one for editing and one for deleting of the data. So now let's implement this functionality, and in this video we want to implement this functionality. So the first thing is that we want to create a new component, and I'm going to just call it, for example, article details.js. So you can give it what name you want, but I'm going to just give it article details.js. Now in here what I want to do is to create a functional component. So RFC, you can use RFC and it will create the functional component. And after this, from the home, I want to just copy some codes. So let me just bring these codes from here and paste it in this section. So I don't need FlatList and also alert. I just need text view, and in here I'm going to just change this to text and the text. So I can just say hello from details. Okay, so now we can just go to the home.js. Now this is our home.js, and in here if you come down, we have a card style in here. In this section we can implement an on press. So these are the items, the titles that we are going to just get. So in here what I want to do is to just say props. So I can just say, so let me just make it like this, and I can just say props dot navigation dot navigate. And so I want to navigate to the, when I click on one of the items in my cart, I want to navigate to the this article details. So we have created article details, but we need to just add this into our navigation. So if you see in the app.js, we have two screens, home and also create. Now we want to create another one, and in here I'm going to just copy this and paste it. So I need to import, so I can just say import article details from screens, and this is article details. Now I can just add my article details in here. So I can just say details, and after that the component is article details, and let me just say details like this. Okay, now after this let's just go to the home.js. Now let me just remove this from here. In here what I want to do is to just create another method. So because also I need some data to send, for example the title, the description, so I can just call this clicked item, and in here I need to pass the item, so like this. Okay, and now after this let's just create this method at the top. So I can just say const clicked item, and in here we want to just send the data or the item, and in here we want to just say props dot navigation dot navigate, and we want to navigate to the details. And so right now we are not going to send any data, so this is the details that we have in here. So details, make sure that it should be the same. Okay, so now let's just check. So this is my Android emulator. If I click on this, you can see that we are on the details page, and you can see hello from details. So if I click on this, and you can see that we are on the details page. So now what I want to send some data. For example, I want to send the title, description, and also the ID. If you see in here, the data is stored in this state. So now I can just send this data. So in here we can also add another parameter, so I can just say data like this, and we can say data. So now in my article details, now this data holds our title and also description. Now we can just get this in the details and in here. So let me just say const and ID, title, and also description. And in here I can just say props dot dot route dot params dot data, and we need to pass the props in here like this. Okay, so now in here if I say title, and let me just click on one of these items, so you can see that we are receiving the title in here. So if I click on this, I'm seeing the title. Now let's just also say description. So we want the title and also description, and if I click on this, you can see that I have the title and also description in here. So if I click on this, so this is the title and description. So right now there is no design for this, and we want to add some design for this. So the first thing is that I want to what I want to do is to just remove this description, because I want to create another text for this. So let me just create another text in here. So I can just say text, and let me just close this text. So text, and I want to just bring the description in here, and I need to wrap these two in a view. So I can just say view and view like this. Now I can add these two. So title and description. Okay, so now let's just add a style for the view. So I can just say style, and I can styles dot so you can just name it. For example, I can just name it view style. And now let's create this view style at the bottom. So const styles style sheet dot create, and we can create this style in here. So first I need to give a padding of 10 and also a margin of 10. So padding 10, margin 10. And if I click on this, so you can see that we have a padding of 10 and also margin of 10. Now let's just also add a font size. So I'm going to use an inline so styles. I can just say style and font size, and the font size should be for the title I want it should be 25. And let's just copy this style, and we want to add this in here, and I can change this to 20. So now you can see that it's a little bit looking good. And if I click on this, you can see that this is our description and this is our title. Now let's just add some margin top. I think it should be margin top for the description, and I want it should be 10. Okay, so now if I click on this, you can see now we have a margin top and it's looking good. So now what I want to do is to create two buttons in here, so one for the editing and one for the deleting. So for this, first I need to create a view like this. So I can just say view, and let me close the view, and let's create. So first we need to import the button from the React Native paper. So import button from React Native paper. Where is it? Yeah, this is in here. And let's create our button. So button button. Now the first one should be, for example, edit, and now let's just add some style. So first I want to add an icon. So the icon is I think it's update, yeah. And also I can add a mode, so the mode is contained, and we can just add on press. So for right now I'm going to just say console dot, it should be console dot log, and the button is pressed. Oh, misspelling. Okay, now so now if I see I should see a button in here, and if I click on this, so you can see I have an edit button, and if I click on this, we have the button in here. So let's just another button, and let me just copy this button and paste it in here. So this, the icon is delete, and it should be delete like this. Okay, so right now you can see that the buttons are column wise. Now we need to change this to row wise. For this I need to add a style and a view, so I can just say style, and it should be styles.btn style, and let's create this style, and here let me just create this style. So btn style. So the first one is I can just give a flex direction, and it is should be row. So you can see for right now it's column, but if I save this, you can see that we have row wise direction. Another thing that I want to add, that's justify content. So I can just say justify content, and I want it should be space around. Okay, I want there should be some space between the between these two buttons. Yeah, now you can see we have space between edit and also delete button. We can just add a margin, so I can just say margin, and this should be 15, and also padding, it should be 10. Okay, now you can see we have padding in here. Now we have a problem in here, because right now you can see if we have a longer description, then it will be not visible. You can see that the buttons are not visible for the longer text. Now we want to add a scroll view for our this screen. Now for that, first you need to just import where is it? Okay, now first you need to import the scroll view, and after that we are going to just wrap our this section with the scroll view. So let me just copy this, and let me just add this in here, and this should be scroll view. Okay, now I can scroll and there's no problem, and if I click on this, you can see that we have our title with description, and if I click on this, so this is the title and this is the description, and you can see that it's looking so nice. Alright guys, now in this video we want to learn that how you can update your data. So for right now you can see that we have fetched our data from our Django backend, and you can see that these are the data in our backend API, and these are the data in our React Native frontend mobile application. Now also if I click on one of these items, so you can see that I am in another screen, and in here I have an edit button. So I want, when I click on the edit button, I should see another, I should navigate to another page, and on there I should have two input fields with a button for updating the data. So now let's do that. First thing is that I need to create a new component, and I'm going to just call it article edit.js, and this should be a functional component, and I can just say RFCE. So now this is my component, and after this I'm going to just copy so let me just copy some code from here. And the first thing is that I want to copy this, and I'm going to add this in my article edit.js like this. Okay, I don't need a scroll view, and in here I can just create a text and also text, and I can just say hello from edit. Okay, now if you see in our article details, and here we have so in the edit, when we click, so we have created our article edit. Now what we need to do is to be for we need to add this in our app.js. We need to add this in our stack navigator. So for this, first we need to import this, and we can just say import article edit from article edit, and after that we can just copy this. Let me just copy this from here, and then here I can just call it edit, and you can change this to article edit, and the title is edit. Okay, like this. Now after doing this, let's just come back to the article edit. Okay, so to the article details, and here instead of so you can see that in my button I have on press, and after that I have console.log pressed. Now instead of this, I want to navigate to my article edit screen. So now we can just say props.navigation.navigate, and I want to go to the edit. So this is the name that we have already given in our app.js, so in here. Okay, so now let's check this. Right now we have in here, if I click on this, and if I so let me just, okay, now if I click on the edit, so I am in the edit page. So after this we need to create a form. So I've already created form for in the create.js. Now I want to just copy some codes from here. So first we need to import this React Native paper. So I don't need article details, I just need article edit for right now. Okay, and after that we can just use these states, and we need to import use state in here, and let me just add it in this section. And also we can add props in here because we will use this. So now we can just copy this view, there is, and copy this and paste it in here. Also we need to copy the style that we have. We need to bring this style also, and we can just paste it in here. So now change this to update article, and we should see okay, now change the icon to update. Okay, so now you will see that we have, now you can see we have our form. Now let me just go back, and if I click on one of these items, if I click on the edit, so you can see that I am in the edit page. Now in here what I want to do, I want to send my ID, title and description to my edit article edit.js. So you can do it in here. So the first thing is that I need to bring change. So right now I am destructuring the data in here. I don't want to do this in here. I can just use the data in this section, and I can just say data.title and also data.description. So data.description. Okay, now after doing this, I want to send the data that holds the ID, article and also description. And after this, in my article edit.js, what I want to do, so in the user state now I can, so first I need to just grab this using the props.route.params.data. I can just say add this in here. So we have already added props in this section, and now I can say data.title. So now this data holds the title and also the description, so data.description. And now, so we should see the title and also description in here. Okay, now let me just wait for this, for the fetching of the data. And also, if right now you can see that I have created a separate component for the article edit.js. You can use the create.js form, but I have just separated. You can do it in here, or also you can create a separate component for this. Okay, now if I click on this, after that if I click on the edit, so you can see that we have our title and also description. And if I do this for another one, and you will see that I have if I click on the edit, so you can see that I have the title and also the description here. Now let's just update our data. Now for this we need to create a new method in here, so const update data, and it is an arrow function, and in here we can use fetch. Okay, so in the fetch we are going to just open our home.js. Let's just copy our this let me just copy this from here, and in my article edit I want to use backtext because we are going to update our article according to ID. Now we have the ID in the data, so we can just say data.id. Also you need to add a backslash in here. After this, now in here we need to add the method, so the method is put, and also we can pass headers. The first one is content type, content type, and it is application slash JSON, content type application slash JSON. And after that we need to also send the body. Now first we need to just stringify that, so json.stringify, and it's an object. We want to send the title, so the title and also description. And after doing this, now it will return a promise, so we can just say .then, and we are receiving a response in here. We need to just say response.json, and in here we want to just, for right now we want to just console.log the data. So right now the updated data is stored in this data. Now let me just show you. So for example, in here I want to update. Let me just remove this for beginners like this, and if I click on the update article, okay, it will not work because I have forgot to add this update button in here. So instead of console.log, we can just add our update data. So now this time it will work. If I click on the update article, okay, now you can see that I am receiving back the updated data. So you can see that I have removed for beginners, and right now you can see we have just the React Native course. So now we have the updated data, and instead of console.log, we want to send this data back to our home page, the updated data. So in here what we want to do, we can just say props.navigation.navigate, and we want to navigate to the home screen and with the updated data. Now let's just try this once more, and this time I want to use another data. So okay, now let me just click on this, and from here, so I want to just remove this. I want to update, and if I click on update article, so if I refresh, you can see that I want to update and it's updated. And also you can see that this is also updated and we don't have the beginners in here. Now let's just add a beginner back in here. So React Native course for beginners, and now let's update, and if I refresh, you can see that we have for beginners. And also you can update, for example, right now we haven't updated the description. Let's check that it's working. So now let me just remove this updated from the description, and let me just add another text in here. So this is new text for updating, and let me remove this updated. And now if I update the article, and so you can see it's updated, and also this is new text for updating. Okay, now let's work on deleting of the data. So now you can see that I have a delete button. Now let's work on this. So you can open in here first. Now in the article edit.js that for updating the data, also you can add a catch block. So if there was an error, so I forgot to add this. Now there was if an error, we can just say, we can grab that in the catch block. So error and error, you can alert in here. For right now I'm going to just say console.log the error, like this. Or for example, if you want to, you can just also import alert, and so alert, and in here instead of console.log we can just say alert. So alert.alert, and like this, and we can say error, and you can add the error in here, okay, like this. So now in our article details, we have another button, and that is for deleting of the data. So if you see in here, we have the deleting for deleting. Okay, now in here the first thing is that we need to create a new method, and in this section I can just say const deleted, and so deleted data, and in here we can just add the data. We can pass the data in here. So it's the same as editing as we have done for the editing. Let me copy the code from here because I don't want to write it again. So we can just copy this and paste it in here, and we need to import the alert in here. So let me just say alert, like this. Okay, so now instead of put, we want to use delete. So this is the same URL, and we want to just say data.id, content types application.json, and in here let me just remove this first one. And so in this section, instead of, for right now, let me just comment this. I want to console.log. So console.log, or I can just navigate. So after the deleting the data, so when the data is deleted, I want to navigate to the home page and I don't want to send the data. Okay, so also we don't need this body in here because the data is removed and there is no need to add the body in this section. Okay, so now let's just add this deleted data and the button that we have so in the on press we can just add this, and in here we want to pass the data, because if you see in here we have passed the data in our function, so deleted data, and also we need to add the data in this section like this. So now so this is our page, and let me just go back, and in here I want to remove this, I want to update, and if I click on this and if I click on the delete and if I refresh, so you can see that I don't have the data. And if I click on this and if I delete, so if I refresh, you can see that the data is deleted. And if I check my backend API, Django backend API, so now you can see that I have just one data in here, and this is this data. Alright guys, now in this part we want to learn that how you can insert data or create data. So we have learned that how you can get the data from your backend API, how you can update the data, and how you can delete the data. So for right now you can see that I have just one data in here, and you can see that this is my Django backend and this is my React native frontend. Now, so I've already created my create.js component, and this is used for adding the data. Now for example in here, if I click on this plus button, so you can see that I have a form that I can add title and also description, after that inserting. Now let's create a new method in here, and I'm going to just call it const. Also I can, okay, so let me just say const insert data. So it's an arrow function, and in here what I want to do is to just use the fetch. And for the fetching, now the first thing is that I need to add my endpoint, and so I can just copy this and paste it in here. So API/articles, and after doing this, what I want to add, I want to add a method. So the method is post, and after adding the method we need to just add headers, and the first one is content /type, not style, sorry, /type, and it is application/JSON, and after that we need to pass a body in here. So in the body, first we need to just say JSON.stringify. We need to convert that to string, and now we need to pass objects. So the title is title, and also the description is description, like this. Okay, so now after this it will return a promise, and I can just say .then, and we have a response, and we can say response.json, and after that we can just change this. So we have the data. Now our new data is stored in this data. For right now I can just say console.log, and I can console.log the data. Also, if there was an error, I can just catch that. So I can just say error, and so console.log, and I can add error in here. Now let's just test this, and that it's also, before that we need to just add our this insert data method. Now we need to add this in here, and we can just say insert data. So now I want to insert a new data in here, and I can just say my new data, and I can just add a description, so my new description, like this. And now I can just insert the article. So now you can see in my terminal, if I bring this, okay, now you can see that in here I have description, so my new description, and this is the title. Okay, so now instead of console.log in here, and if you see my Django backend, let me just refresh this, you can see that I have the new data in here. So this is the new data that has been added. Now instead of console.log in here, what I want to do is to navigate to the home page with the new data. So I can just say props, so not this, and props dot navigate dot navigation. So props dot it's navigation, sorry, props dot navigation dot navigate. So props dot navigation dot navigate to the home page. Okay, and also we need to pass the props in here, and let me just add it in here. Now you can see that in here, so we are receiving the data, and after that we are navigating to the home page with the new data. So now let's just use another data in here, and I can just say Django is the best framework, and I can just say this is the description for Django and React Native course. And now I can just click on the insert article. So we are receiving an error, and data props dot navigation dot navigate to the home, console.log error, and we need to, oh sorry, we need to pass the props in our function create. Sorry for this. So you will see that we have these data. Now if I go back now in here, if I, so you can see that I have these data in here, and if I refresh, you can see that I have the data in here. Now let's just try another data. This time I should navigate to the to my homepage, because I have added the props in the wrong place, and now you need to add that in the component. So now let's just add the data. So let me just say added title in here, and I can just say added description in here, and now I can just click on insert article. Okay, now you can see that I'm navigated to the home page, and if I refresh, you can see that I have new data in here. And if you check your Django backend, you have the data also in here. So like this you can insert the data.